Moment of silence followed by Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, do any council members wish to amend the agenda? Okay, I need a motion and a second to adopt the agenda. Councilmember Kim.
So moved.
Yeah, so moved.
Councilmember Teeter.
Second the motion.
All right. Motion to the floor is to adopt the agenda as presented. I will ask the clerk to take a roll call vote.
Your vote is open.
Okay, it passes unanimously, 9 yeses. All right, on to public comments. All public comments will occur now. Public comments shall be limited to 3 minutes each. Persons registered to speak on multiple items may speak multiple times. Council members may address public comments during administrative council business. I will ask the city clerk to call on those who are virtual or in-person speakers.
Thank you, Mayor Douglas. Our first our virtual speaker tonight is going to be Mark M. Mark, if you're in the Zoom meeting and can hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom, Mark M. Mayor Douglas, I do not see Mark M. in the Zoom meeting. We will move on to our next our virtual speaker, which is going to be Daniel Frank. Daniel, if you're in the Zoom meeting. Daniel, yeah, okay. Daniel is here in person as well, so we will get to Daniel here in just a moment, Mayor. Our next in-person speaker, virtual speaker, excuse me, is going to be Janet Hopkins. Janet, if you're in the Zoom meeting and can hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom. I do see Janet in the meeting. Janet, you should be able to unmute yourself and you'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
Can you hear me?
We can, yes, Janet.
Good evening. I implore all of you this evening, do not repeal the Metro District moratorium because previous mayors, city council members, and city managers lack the knowledge of how developers in Metro districts operate. Current homeowners in Reunion have seen their taxes increase anywhere from $400 to $1,400 a month based on the mills imposed by the Metro districts. And for what? We're not sure. I know that in my neighborhood, the developer was supposed to have built a clubhouse and a pool. That never happened. And yet my neighbors and I are paying 98 mills compared to other wards in Commerce City that pay as little as 3. As of 2018, Metro districts in Colorado owed $19 billion in debt. It's as if they have a very high limit on a long-term credit card, and we taxpayers foot the bill with little knowledge of how the money is spent. Developers and board members of Metro districts can acquire grotesque amounts of debt for projects they want, projects that profit them handsomely, and then pass that debt on to homeowners. And they can do this based on the details or lack of details in the service plans. The service plan for Reunion Metro District was not properly or thoroughly scrutinized by previous mayors and councils or lawyers who were qualified to identify dangerous loopholes. And as a result, we have homeowners in Reunion who are being crushed by debt that doesn't benefit them. And we have stagnant commercial growth. Yet because a developer wants to build at 96th and Tower and others want to build without having to find investors or find other ways to finance the development, you're considering repealing the moratorium without having adequately and thoroughly scrutinized the service plan that will dictate what the Metro District Board can do. This is scandalous. So I ask you to please keep the moratorium in place. Do not allow Metro districts to form in Reunion without having thoroughly scrutinized the service plans so that unwitting and unfortunate people who buy in Reunion in the future are not ravaged like we have been in the Reunion Metro District.
Thank you, Ms. Hopkins. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Douglas. Our next in-person speaker is Ed Hopkins. Janet, is Ed there with you as well?
No.
Okay, Ed Hopkins, if you're in the Zoom meeting, if you can hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom. Ed Hopkins. Mayor Douglas, I do not see Ed Hopkins in the Zoom meeting, so we will move on to our in-person speakers. Our first in-person speaker tonight is going to be Ryan Kiefer. Ryan, if you can approach the podium, you'll have 3 minutes for public comment and then 3 minutes for ordinance 2661. We'll start with your public comments first for 3 minutes and then move on to ordinance 2661 for 3 minutes. Thank you.
Moratorium ban is pretty clear how I've been in the past. I am on the board, but all the comments I make this evening are personal and may not reflect our board or district. I've read over this proposed plan, and I've got a few issues with it here. The plan lacks explicit caps on total tax liabilities for residents, which will lead to financial strain. While it outlines a maximum mill levy, it does not provide safeguards against escalating property values or the economic burdens on homeowners. Specifically from the document, the plan states that no mill levy imposed by the district shall be adjusted to account for changes in the method of calculating assessed valuation without a service plan amendment. That's section 4D4. This implies that residents could face tax increases due to rising property values without direct control or relief mechanisms. That has certainly happened in my district. The next issue I have here would be the developer-controlled board, and there seems to be no way around that with metro districts. The initial governance structure heavily favors the developer, delaying meaningful resident representation and raising concerns about conflicts of interest in early financial and operational discussions. Directly from the document, the initial board composition, section 11B. The board shall be comprised of persons who are qualified eligible electors on the district as provided by state law. This typically includes individuals associated with the developer until residents qualify as electors. So all the original decisions are made by the developers because there's no residents available at the time to do it. The transition to resident control, directly from the document, I don't have the section, I apologize. Once the district has end users that constitute eligible electors under a special district, each member of the board that is not an end user shall annually submit a resignation to the board so that the end users can be appointed to elected to the board, section 11B as well. This transition is delayed until end users are established, leaving critical decisions in the hands of developer-aligned individuals. There's a pretty big problem with that. The transparency issues. The transparency measures, are outlined, depend heavily on compliance by developers and the district board with limited enforcement mechanisms. Directly from the document, 10A, the district shall use reasonable efforts and due diligence to cause any home builder or developer to provide all initial purchasers of property with a written notice of disclosure. This relies on reasonable efforts, leaves room for non-compliance. They can take that as they please. It's not very strict on that. The annual reporting under section 8B. The district shall be responsible for submitting any annual report to the city manager, including a summary of financial obligations and significant events. Although it's required, there's no detailed process for verifying accuracy or addressing omissions. Finally, debt risks. This plan allows for significant debt issuance. Continue on. With the broad discretion given to the district board, which result in unsustainable financial practices. The evidence from the document under 6B1, the total aggregate principal amount of debt the district shall be permitted to issue shall not exceed, and it's left blank. I'm assuming you'll put a number in there, but just to allow an arbitrary number in the future to be put in there is pretty big oversight. Under section 6B4, the district shall not issue or undertake any debt if in the operation of external factors, financial advisor, the terms are not reasonable and in the best interest of the district and its future end users. This section, however, does not say the advisor is a final, it's just an opinion, which is subjective and dependent on factors that might favor the developer.
Just 1 second, Mr. Kiefer.
Yes.
Now, There was a 3 minutes and you said he had 2, right?
So Ryan signed up for ordinance 2661, which I believe is what his 3 minutes were just for. So he's also signed up for general public comment, Mayor, for another 3 minutes for
Okay.
items that aren't 2661.
Can you hit the button then for 3 more minutes? I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. I've outlined the problems with the overall document and the idea of putting metro districts back in place. I can assure you the developers are not altruistic. They have much better lawyers than we have as a city. They have much more money, and they have much more experience than us. There's clearly a reason they want this so badly. It's because it works really well for them, and it leaves us open to so many problems. This afternoon, I had to sign, as the president of our board, $8.7 million going over to RMD, Reedy Metro District, because they forced us. I was willing to go to jail over it, over contempt of court. The only reason I signed it was because the rest of the board agreed to vote yes for it. I did vote no for it. But it's getting to the point that if I'm willing to be in contempt of court because they're forcing us to sign these things, it's getting a little bit out of control. I can't believe you want to let new residents face these same problems. Rocky commented at a previous meeting I was with him that the South didn't want to pay for the North, so we put metro districts in place. I can appreciate that. I understand the sentiment, no problem there. Anything going forward is going to put all the current metro districts in a bad position no matter what we do. And it's just one of those things. The rules are in place, and even though we say, oh, we can change the old metro districts to the new ones, the new rules, you're going to have to get the developers to appreciate that and go along with it. They're not going to. They're suing us with our money. They're taking $500,000 to sue us and giving us $130,000 to defend against being sued. We're spending almost $1 million a year between the 3 districts just trying to get our money with that from them. Oh, I'm sorry, trying to get our money to them. So there's just no great outcome to having a metro district. It's much better to have the government oversight to this one. I'm not a big fan of big government, but having a GID or SID is a much safer opportunity than it is to have these metro districts where you have private organizations issuing millions and millions of dollars of debt with very little to no oversight, even though it's in there. There's a lot of ambiguity to it, which they'll take advantage of. And if you guys approve this evening to lift the moratorium, they're going to be spending tons of money tomorrow morning with their lawyers, trying to find every loophole they can through your documents. I went through it. I'm not a lawyer, and I found quite a few problems. They're going to find all kinds of things to take care of this. Under the meeting agreement, I would appreciate you guys to explain why you're going to vote the way you are. I realize it'll be after public comments closed, so nothing can be said at that point in time. But I would like to see justification as to why you're going to vote the way you are. I see the vote right now is probably 5-4 in favor of this, based on what I've watched in the past from this council. And I really need to hear why you're going to vote yes, and I need to understand that. So if you have any questions, I'm willing to answer those.
Thank you, Mr. Kiefer. Appreciate that.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor Douglas. Our next in-person speaker is Daniel F. Daniel, if you can approach the podium, you'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
Good evening, members of the council. I know you'll be taking a vote later this evening on whether or not to lift the Metro District moratorium, and just wanted to share a few thoughts. I believe you probably heard this from the city attorney, but moratoriums are not meant to be, or are only meant to be a temporary measure while things are looked at and fixed, not meant to go on forever. Metro District formation is allowed under the Colorado Constitution under revised statute Title 32. Over the past 2+ years, while the moratorium has been in effect, the city has adopted a new service plan, done an audit on all metro districts within the city, as well as looked at potential other funding options. As a result of the audit, it was determined that there was not a single metro district operating outside the bounds of its service plan. Finally, each and every one of City Council's concerns with metro districts have been addressed within the new service plan, including some of the issues that have been just brought up by some of the other public speakers. These include board turnover, which now you have to submit a resignation each and every year, so it gives residents an opportunity each and every year to get on the board. A hard cap mill levy, so there is no such thing as runaway mill levies. Limits on the length of the term of debt, so you can't go as long as you used to go. Transparency and reporting requirements are extensive. I implore you to actually look at these. No subordinate debt, restrictions on the amount that builders and developers can actually recoup of their costs. They can only recoup 80%. So, it's kind of like a bank giving a loan and only being, reimbursed 80%. When I had these conversations with council members about what additional issues are there is no answer. So I ask you all to do the right thing tonight and repeal the moratorium and allow us to move forward and continue to grow economic growth within the city.
Thank you, Mr. Frank.
Thank you, Mayor Douglas. Our next in-person speaker is going to be Marissa M. Marissa M., if you can approach the podium, you'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
I need to, I don't know, is it gonna hear me? Oh, okay, I don't wanna touch it then. That's- What? Oh, okay, all right, thank you. I wanted to speak regarding the Thompson Thrift development, the property 102nd and Chambers. I'm in the Harvest Meadows neighborhood. One of the landowner posted a letter in our Facebook page recording the burden of her mom's expensive home hospice care. And that argument, you know, for selling the land for that falls short with me. That is a short-term argument. The burden long-term for the 145 homeowners that live there is a greater burden. A lot of the plans were made prior to a lot of things, prior to having one supermarket in the area with no additional supermarket planned and too much housing already burdening the existing supermarket. The theory of if you build it, they will come is false. Another supermarket is not coming. Prior to having Anderson Ranch already approved to build on the other side of our neighborhood, prior to Stewart Middle School bursting at the seams with 800-plus students, prior to this proposed non-affordable housing complex planning to have 1,900 trips a day with 283 apartments exiting through our neighborhood, causing disruption and unnecessary added traffic, creating a thoroughfare on all sides and through the neighborhood. In my opinion, you know, her concerns are valid, and I feel for her, you know, because of the situation with her mom. But it's a short-term issue and a financial burden on one family when the financial burden will be the decrease in property values to 145 homeowners in addition to that, you know, if these apartments were being built. And burden on families who wish to live there for years to come, like myself, who've already been there 16 years and didn't want to ever plan to leave the neighborhood. I know it came up today, the issue, and she had voiced her concerns, as well as some other people in our neighborhood, on our neighborhood page, but I just wanted to kind of reiterate my point again, on the impacts of the neighborhood and the traffic especially impacts, especially if there's not going to be, you know, is or not a traffic light or exiting to a main street and people coming through and all of those things that we knew would happen eventually and the plans that were made years ago. But things are different now, and I just feel like it needs maybe some more examination. And that's my concerns on the property. You know, that her financial burden, yeah, is sad, but her, based on selling the property to alleviate that burden, you know, is a short-term thing. And for us, having those apartments would be a long-term impact on all of our families that live there and work in the area, which I do. So, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. M. Appreciate it.
Mayor Douglas, our next in-person speaker is Jackie V. Jackie, if you can approach the podium, you'll have 3 minutes once you begin. Thank you.
Good evening, council,
Evening.
city management. A couple of important topics that I want to talk about. One is the golf course. You made a decision, and a really poor one at that. I've heard a lot of things concerning that golf course, and some are very disturbing. The fact that I know, I've been told that people have tried to rent the golf course and they've been turned away. I've also been told that you guys have raised the prices to the point where nobody can afford to do it. So you guys have chosen to spend $13 billion on a golf course that, first of all, has been in the red for 2 years. Second of all, could have been tore down and rebuilt for $5 million. Well, what I want to know is, once this golf course is built, how much revenue is coming back to the people of Commerce City? Because you have no problem spending our money. So how much is coming back? You don't want to fix our roads on the south side. 62nd, going on the side of King Soopers to Highway 2, getting in the second-hand lane from the stop sign, there's a big pothole there. Late at night, there's no lights, you can't see, so I'm heading into Highway 2, getting over to merge on to 6 and 85, and I hit such a large pothole that now my front end is doing this. Which one of y'all gonna pay for it? You don't want to fix our roads, you don't want to help the south side of Commerce City, but you sure want to help each one of your pockets. You want to benefit yourselves for this golf course. You're going to make all kinds of money, but yet I'm being told we're not going to keep any revenue. We don't get to keep the revenue. Well, who gets the revenue for it? The people that are renting it, that are running it? Who gets the revenue for it? You had no problems approving it. I would like to see visually the budget for 2024 and 25 for the city. I want to know what kind of money you guys are just blowing, just spending needlessly, and not thinking about the elderly that need the help, not thinking about our roads, not thinking about helping these homeless people that now are just surrounding our homes, surrounding our communities. We have Mr. Oscar that doesn't help with anything. So answers, this is what I want, answers. And I want answers out of every single one of the councilmen, the mayor, and the city management. I want to know how you can sit up here and sit here and feel comfortable about doing this. It is wrong. It is morally wrong. And eventually, somehow or some way, it's going to come around to bite us right in the butt. So I want some answers.
Ms. V, could you wrap it up, please?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Douglas, our next in-person speaker is going to be Keith R. Keith, if you can approach the podium, you'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
Mayor, council,
You do.
well, for one, I just want to say Merry Christmas to all of you. Hope you have a good holiday. My holiday sucks. For the mere fact, I have to work 60 hours a week to be able to pay my taxes for this city that stinks. You don't fix our roads. If you want grocery stores and other businesses to come to Commerce City, you need to fix up the city first, not the golf course. That $13 million could have fixed a lot of roads, sidewalks, drainage, all over the city. Beautify the city. Then you'll get your dang businesses in. We've got to take care of what we've got before you can get anything else in. Nobody wants to come to Commerce City. It's ugly, it stinks. They don't take care of anything. We need to start taking care of our roads. We need to start taking care of our police department. Get more police in there. Another ATV almost got hit along Colorado Boulevard this weekend. I have to sit there and listen to them buzzing up and down, back and forth, all day long, all freaking weekend long. Along with the RTD railroad tracks. We need to get them to get moving on that. I'm tired of listening to roll-off dumpsters rattling everybody's windows every freaking day. We need to start taking care of Commerce City. Somebody's going to get killed one of these days. Cars are getting destroyed. My front end alignment is out as well because of all the potholes. Coming off 68th to get onto 6 and 85. That's a piece of crap. There are holes in that, you can't get around them. Colorado Boulevard, Brighton Boulevard, 6 and 85 needs to be fixed. We need to get these things moving now. We're wasting money on stupid things. Finally, I got some answers from city manager that they do have a camera up. but they watch it during the day. We need morning rush hour. We need evening rush hour watches on that. We still got people speeding up and down these streets. I'm about to start knocking on doors, and I'm gonna be packing a gun because I know how some of these people are gonna get. Because I've talked to them on the street a little bit. Oh, who are you? Well, I just want to be, in a safe neighborhood.
Mr. R, could you wrap it up?
I'm done.
All right, thank you.
Mayor Douglas, our next in-person speaker is going to be Cindy W. Cindy, if you can approach the podium. You've signed up for public comment and Resolution 2024-164. We'll start with your public comment. 3 minutes first, Cindy.
Yes, thank you for allowing me to speak to you this evening. I apologize for reading from my remarks, but I'm not a comfortable public speaker, and so for clarity, I chose to do this. You should all have a copy of the open letter that I wrote to the residents of Harvest Meadows and the surrounding area, included in your meeting agenda packet. I felt it was important for all the neighbors, including Marissa, that will be impacted by the change of the property at 10225 Chambers Road, to hear me as to why the property is being sold after sitting undisturbed while so much development has been taking place around it. To recap, my mother is 88 years old, completely bedbound, and requires round-the-clock care. I've exhausted all available resources to pay for this care. I would rather not to had to put the property up for sale, but as my moral duty as her daughter, as well as my fiducial responsibility as trustees of the estate, they demanded that I use all available assets to pay for her care. I worked very carefully with my real estate agent to understand what the City of Commerce City currently had desired for the property development. It is now, as it was when I first researched this issue in 2005, the city planned to have multifamily residential on that piece of property. I selected a buyer according to those parameters in order to submit a suitable plan that the city would approve. Your pre-prepared rejection letter that you're going to submit tonight has several does not meet requirements listed under section 21-323 of the city code. I'd like to submit my opinion and a few facts about those objections in an effort to bring some clarity about all the work that's been put in so far by myself and Thompson Thrift. The facts that I'm about to present to you are in no way, shape, or form from Thompson Thrift. I could be completely wrong. They are facts that I've gathered through discussions and researching the project documents that have been submitted. Number one, too much traffic. Thompson Thrift is planning to extend 102nd Avenue from Chambers Road up to Sable, which will give two very good exits for the community that is being planned. The exit at Chambers Road will have both a right and a left-hand turn and be stop sign controlled, as well as the exit onto Sable Boulevard. Overcrowded schools are a concern. There is a development proposed for the Anderson property, which is directly south of Harvest Meadows, that has a 10-acre school site. Not affordable. It is my understanding that Thompson Thrift has to, by law, dedicate part of those apartments to be low-income affordable. I do not understand what that percentage is. It is none of my business, but I would like for you to speak with them about that. And number four, incomplete plans. All plans for water, sewage, storms, drainage, landscaping, everything that's required by the city has been submitted to the city planners and been reviewed. May I extend my time for a moment, please?
Are you
Thank
done
you.
with
I
your
just
public?
have another moment, please.
Are you done with your public comments?
No, sir, I'm not. I'm very close.
You have 2 items. You have public comment, and then you're gonna,
Then I would like to speak about the zoning requirement.
okay, so,
Would
that's fine, go ahead, you got next.
Okay, thank you very much, thank you. It has taken hundreds of thousands of dollars plus countless hours to get the design proposal to the point that it could be committed to the city council for approval. None of us involved would have worked on a potential sale and development of a property that was not 100% aligned with what the Planning Commission for the city has outlined and established. My question to all of you who rejected the zoning proposal is this: how am I to know what you want me to put on that property? Your no vote has placed an undue burden upon my mother as the property owner and me as the trustee by placing that property in a limbo state with no clear objective or directive established other than what the Planning Council had established. Which group should I have consulted first, the City Council or the Planning Council? There are planning documents that have been submitted by Thompson Thrift that, if reviewed, will answer most of your concerns. But most importantly, I encourage you to engage in direct dialogue with Thompson Thrift. They do have the community's best interests at heart, and they're trying to more than overcompensate and give you exactly what the city council, the city planning committee has had in mind for that property for quite some time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Douglas, our next in-person speaker is going to be Logan S. Logan, if you can approach the podium, you'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Logan Souter. I'm Chief of Staff for Representative Manny Rutinel and a constituent of yours here to urge you to vote in favor of Ordinance 2647. I wish to thank everyone on the council for doing such an excellent job of studying the puppy mill industry. That includes selling their puppies through retail pet stores. Your ordinance recognizes the inhumane conditions the puppy parents live in and many issues such as disease and the results of indiscriminate breeding by commercial breeders that consumers and cities deal with in receiving those puppies for sale. So I appreciate you looking at this from all angles, and in the interest of you all going home, I'll yield the rest of my time, and I wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy Holidays.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Logan.
Thank you, Mayor Douglas. Our next in-person speaker is going to be Merrill R. Merrill, if you can approach the podium, you'll have 3 minutes once you begin. Merrill R. Mayor Douglas, I'm not seeing Merrill approach the podium. We will move on to our next in-person speaker, which is going to be Mary C. Mary, if you can approach the podium, you'll have 3 minutes once you begin. Mary C. Mayor Douglas, I do not see Mary C. approaching the podium, so we will move on to our next in-person speaker, which will be Lillian M. Lillian, if you can approach the podium, you'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
Good evening. Sorry. Good evening, our city council. I'm Lillian Moore, and I live in Converse City and with my mom, my dad, and my brother. I speak in favor of Ordinance 2647. Life in a puppy mill is no life for our best friends. Dogs live in tiny, crowded cages which are very small, and they're never let out of those cages all their lives. Mom dogs are bred to produce as many puppies as possible to sell. A puppy mill is a factory farm for dogs. I know that shelters and rescues are full. My mom works at a shelter and my mom works at a local shelter in Brighton as an animal care tech. I always see a look of overwhelming emotions on her face due to an overcrowded shelter. I think that people should adopt puppies and don't shop. I have 4 rescued pit bulls and one of them is Baby. Baby was used for having endless litters until she ended up at my mom's shelter. We rescued her. The other one is Gizmo, who was given up because of bad health issues due to bad breeding. Please pass this ordinance tonight.
Thank you, Lillian, for your testimony. Appreciate that.
Mayor Douglas, we have our last in-person speaker for tonight's meeting, which is Philbert Millard Chacon. Philbert, if you can approach the podium, you'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
Good evening, everybody.
Evening.
My name is Philbert Millard Chacon. I'd like to start with recognizing that we live on the land of the Ute, the Cheyenne, and the Arapaho, and acknowledging that we live in a country that has much success due to the crimes of genocide and slavery. That being said, we're presented every day with things that we can do to make our community less of a a result of war, right? We can embrace each other. I want to talk about the money that's being talked about being spent on police, right? So we're talking about 45 million to build something that we could probably build for a lot less. You know, Thornton has a fire and police station that I would personally like to see that instead of just a big testament to, you know, the militarization of our community. Especially because, you know, cops don't have to rescue us, but the firefighters will. That being said, we have all this money, but we just get it from taxes, and our tax dollars are being wasted doing this kind of stuff, because we could be public banking to where we're our own bank. We loan our own money. We get a benefit from that here at home, right? And then you can do projects that you can't necessarily get from people who just want to make more money, right? You have to put in metro districts because developers see an opportunity to make another bill. But if we have our own money that we can do things with, that homeless situation can be helped with a homeless shelter. Maybe not necessarily right there in Derby where you're trying to gentrify, but, you know, in a place where people have a place they can go to sleep, have a place they can go use the bathroom, take a shower, eat some food, you know, all the things that you're complaining about them doing right outside of El Jardín. And then, and in that particular instance, I would like to say that Derby should be approached as not an opportunity to like make some kind of weird testament to the 50s or something. But to embrace the fact that there are a lot of Spanish-speaking or indigenous people to these continents, right? We might want to talk about them like they're immigrants, but those are our family, right? I see them as other colonized people here. So if we approach that with a cultural sensitivity, you can build, we can have dancing and singing that is all relative to the people who are already living there, instead of trying to replace them with, you know, another, I don't know, cheesecake factory, whatever there is.
I'll let you go ahead and wrap up, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Mayor Douglas, I'm not seeing any other registrations, so that concludes public comment for tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, members of the public were able to submit written comments online by mail. Written comments were received by the deadline, incorporated into the updated agenda packet. Any follow-up necessary, you should expect to be contacted by a staff member. Okay, up next is Notice Council Business, Economic Development, Community Gathering. I will invite Councilmember Dukes to introduce this item.
Thank you, Mayor. This is one of two motions I want to put forward today. This is a motion that comes up pretty often as I listen to residents across all parts of the city, and the effort to create more positivity and opportunities to activate what's happening within our cities, within a place where we can gather with families and celebrate the different parts of our city and celebrate the different offerings. Lastly, this is also spearheaded as I listen to Councilmember Teeter and Councilmember Ford, and they talk about the different events that happened in Derby back when they were growing up and how they had activation in the area, and they had a number of gatherings, and whether it's winter days or Derby days, and it was a really sense of good pride for the community. I love to begin to think about how we bring this back. How do we bring back offerings, whether it's water skate, whether it is ice skating rinks, food truck rodeos, farmer market, winter days, wine walks, but also the last piece is the part of the motion is ensuring we have and remove the barriers for entrepreneurs and small businesses across our city by providing free tents for entrepreneurs and for business owners at any city-run event. And that's a little bit of backstory for this. Being able to bring pride back into the community, providing opportunities for our residents to gather in both the north and the south parts of our city. So with that, this motion aligns to our multi-year strategic plan objective If you look at our strategy 50 or 5.1 on page 37, where it says we encourage community building and interaction by activating underutilized spaces. So I would like to make a motion directing the city staff to review the city budget and prepare an ordinance appropriating $300,000 specifically for promoting and organizing of community gatherings. The expansion of community events, offerings is intended to enhance the park activation and create quality social experiences for park users, as well as these gatherings should highlight the positive aspects of Commerce City, particularly in the holidays and summer months. So that is the motion.
Is there a second? Councilmember Ford?
I'll second the motion.
Okay, any discussion? Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you. So was this $300,000, this is something new that wasn't part of the budget that was just passed? Is that correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
So when would this be initiated and where would this $300,000 come from?
So we would bring this back probably to either the January, February meeting for a budget appropriation ordinance. We would tap into our unassigned general fund balance, in which we would have that appropriation transfer $300,000 into our contingency funds. I think as just a little bit of additional context, when this motion was made, our staff had already begun looking into this matter as part of our own operational priorities in being able to grow our special events, just given the successes we've seen over the past year with our music in the parks, our bringing back various events, even the, excuse me, tree lighting as another example. So we'd already kind of started setting down this path, but we were going to be leveraging our existing 2025 budget. So when the motion was made, our staff reached out to see what expansion that the council member may have had some thoughts, and he shared that today. So we put some rough estimates to the numbers that would be necessary to do that. Now, those are numbers, not necessarily what we may be able to capture, just because there's going to be a lot of I call it resource alignment that we'll have to take from vendors and timing and turnover, but that's where the money comes into play, because without that money, then obviously we're not going to be able to even begin really thinking about those expanded opportunities.
So a lot of this, I've been here for 20 years now and been extremely involved in the community over that period of time. So much of this, of what I saw and have experienced and actually been a part of in the organizing, was done by volunteers. The Commerce City Business and Professional Association, the CCBPA, was an all-volunteer organization that served kind of it as a chamber, but it was all volunteer. And so the membership dues were really low, and it was more where we tried to get everyone involved so that they were volunteering, and been a part of the Cultural Council. The Cultural Council has contributed a lot by way of volunteers as well. We are 501c3, and I'm a part of the Cultural Council once again as a council liaison, and we have a volunteer who writes our grants, and that's where a lot of the money comes from. Now, this year, we had to combine efforts for an outreach because I had suggested that I wanted to see the outreaches come back, which were city organized and ran, and rather than having food trucks, we had hot dogs and hamburgers that were passed out, and bag of chips and soda or water. And those disappeared because the staff came to the then president of the Cultural Council and said that they wanted to combine efforts with the Cultural Council, which that president decided to take on and did. And so the outreaches disappeared. And I know COVID had a lot to do with all of this, but so much of this depended on different organizations within the city that were nonprofits, whatever, and everybody volunteered. And so if we're going to do this, I want to see oversight on the 300,000. I want to see where that money's going to go. I want to see who's going to benefit from it. And you know, I would rather see the way that it used to be. When I was the president of the CCBPA, I didn't take it over until I was really ready to do that, because I knew it was going to be a huge project. I called it the Lazarus Project, if you want to know the truth, because it was dying. And resurrected it. But that's where the Winterfest came from, which was in Derby with carriage rides and all of that. And then we ended up moving it to the high school. So Adams 14 was involved. But all of this happened because we were all working together as people who really cared about the community, and we just put in our time because we cared. And, you know, we did some great things, but I have to give credit to Reba Droter. If it wasn't for Reba, a lot of that wouldn't have happened. And she made sure that Santa arrived in the fire truck, and there were all these decorations that were done that she did. So she's pretty much retired and is taking care of her family now more than she is the community. But she was a one-woman powerhouse. And so I think we need to go back to that. We need to look at that. Quite frankly, $300,000, I want to see where that money's going to go. And I would like to see it go back to where people really feel like they want to volunteer for their community because they love it.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Yes, thank you very much. I see a lot of really wonderful events. I appreciate the suggestions. I'd like to know if, when this money is appropriated, if these are the events that the city will move forward with.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I think there are a set of events that we will move forward. So like included but not limited to what you see on the screen. Like I said, the city staff has also begun preparing some additional items for consideration for special events that we were going to be leveraging from our existing budget for 2025. This helps to broaden that and to look at what would be necessary to be able to add these on to that.
And can I add to that too?
Pardon me?
Can I add to that question from Mayor Pro Tem? So add into
Except not on my time.
You're on the list.
I was going to answer the question as well, but I guess.
Okay, thank you. And the other question is the 300, Councilmember Dukes, you interrupted my train of thought, and now I'm forgetting my other question. I will take a minute here to refresh my mind. The events that are listed here in the 300,000, if you don't know what the events are, how do we know the appropriation should be 300,000?
So my staff, taking a look at what had been identified, started looking at what I would call probably our best estimate, best guesstimate on being able to fund these through various vendors and or partnerships. I think getting to Councilmember Douglas' comments, it doesn't prohibit or limit our ability to work with other agencies or organizations from a volunteerism of that with this effort. So as we were developing, once again, this program, we have already identified somewhere in the range of 250 to 300,000, maybe at most 400,000, in order to be able to pull off not only what we were working on behind the scenes to be able to bring to you all as a council as to what we wanted to bring forward for 2025, this additional list was added into that and what those costs would be associated. Once again, these are, I would say, at the best estimates that we can take right now that we would think that would be necessary to cover that. Doesn't necessarily mean that we wouldn't, how can I put it this way? We could potentially be back before you for more appropriation to cover if our estimates are low. But right now, we feel that this will get us to where we need to be, covering these additional items plus what we were already setting on the path down for 2025.
Is it 300,000 for staff, or is it 300,000 for materials, operations, that sort of thing?
I think it would be for all encompassing, that being vendors, materials, agreements, contracts. So I would say it's not limited just to staff time, but all that would be involved from the day of the event, contractual negotiations, and having to be able to acquire the needed resources.
And why is it needed when we have staff that does this anyway?
Because so good question. Even though we have staff, we still have partnerships that require us to actually deliver the intended event. So when it comes to Winterfest, when it comes to the tree lighting, when it comes to the music in the parks, we are partnering with vendors. We are serving as project managers, point of contacts, liaisons with those individuals to establish what and how that event will run. But we in ourselves are not maintaining how the stage is going to operate, right? We have a vendor for that, or the bounce house, or the food that's being delivered.
I appreciate all those examples, and I wonder, since we don't know what the events are going to be, how we have the appropriation. So I'm still confused about that, and I would make one recommendation to Councilmember Dukes is to put a date in your motion on when you would like the ordinance to come back.
So let me be just abundantly clear. The council member gave us a list of events that he would like. We have looked at that list of events and we have given a cost for those list of events that we believe helps to accomplish that. We could still be low based off of what we believe our estimate to be to go through those 7 different items. And if that's the case, then we will be back before council because the appropriation for said events is outside of my authority in order to be able to move forward and authorize. So I would say that these list of events are the ones that the council member has captured. There are additional ones that my staff and I are working on that we will present to you all so that you have a comprehensive picture.
I appreciate that, and I also think the Parks, Recreation, and Golf Advisory Committee should be consulted, and the Cultural Council as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Before I go on, I'd remind council, please don't interrupt unless that council person asks you to clarify, please. Thank you. Councilmember Chacon.
I don't know if this is for city staff or Councilmember Dukes, but especially if it's going to be for economic development, can there be one, I just do so much organizing, a way to pay volunteers that is an extraordinary amount of time that they're going to be assisting with staff? And if there's also a way to be exactly that, more culturally sensitive to the cultural identity of the community, more so than it was in the past. That might mean actual markets or mercados that's completely in Spanish. Or how are we being mindful about offering resources past just that for economic development? Are we going to partner with other organizations to teach them or train them into entrepreneur spaces? Things like that, to where it's not just a one-time shop. So something that really builds. I don't know how else that can be, so I don't know if we can amend.
Councilmember Dukes?
Yeah, please, that's for Councilmember Dukes.
So yes, a part of this motion is that exactly. We have a city management team who always has this stuff in place. This is like, we have we have so many resources with small businesses, and a part of their training, they talk through cultural sensitivity and how to do market outreach. And for us, this is a high-level policy recommendation to say, can we have an ordinance, and then let the city staff begin to build out what's necessary, because they already have those things in place as a city staff. This was in conjunction with them. As I reached out and said, here are a couple ideas, as I continue to listen to the community, folks are tired of driving outside of our community for holiday events. So I reached out and said, what's possible, physically responsible, and then what can make sure we're happening in both parts of the city. Outside of that, I trust City Manager Rogers and his team to make sure our concerns and our city concerns are going to be addressed.
I thank you for that too. The one biggest thing that I've gotten from community when it comes to city, if they can have programs that are completely in Spanish, so they actually feel like they, as an audience, feel included as bilingual speakers or Spanish speakers as well.
Was that a question or just a comment?
A comment, honestly. I don't know if that's a question because I don't know who to pose it to.
Councilmember Dukes.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate, this motion, and there are dates, and I'll put the dates in there. I'll clarify the dates. But this motion itself is just the concept of that we have events that are currently taking place across the city. And when I hear residents, we want more. We want more places to gather. We want more places to be together. We want more opportunities within our city. And in that vein, I reached out to the city staff and asked what's possible when our discretionary fund or unassigned balance that's fiscally responsible, that's stuff that hasn't been assigned, a part of the budgeting process. And this is how we came to where we're at today. Again, the heart of it is that I know there's volunteers. I don't mind volunteers, and I reached out to cultural council members to talk about their volunteers and grant writing and the ability to be events coordinators in previous roles before I even brought this to the city staff. So I did my due diligence to listen, and before I put this together. The challenge with volunteers, the challenge with a volunteer-only activity is that when people are ready to retire and move on, that institutional knowledge is gone. And so we have these pockets of events that have taken place over the last 25 years that are not happening again because we relied so much on a volunteer crew. I believe it's time for us as a city to really begin to thinking about, which the city manager is going to chat about as well. We are going to have an events coordinator, right? And so part of that discussion is how do we be more coordinated, not just for now, but for both parts of the city, east, west, north, south, so that we have events that are celebrated by the positive parts of Commerce City, the positive opportunities, the skating rinks, the Merry Markets. It's tiresome for listening to a number of residents drive to Orchard Mall or Northfield to go to ice skating, or Orchard Mall to go to Merry Mart, or go downtown to Denver to do their Christmas Mart or whatever they call it. We should be able to have that here in addition to food truck rodeos, et cetera. And so that's where this motion and the heart of that comes from on a high level. This is just for the initial start, the ordinance, that will come back again for another discussion that we will have as a council. And then there will be a second reading for another discussion for the ordinance as we talk about the budget. The key thing for us to all to realize is that when we're setting a budget and we're setting things in motion, this has to take place at the beginning of the year so that we can advertise to the community and give the staff enough time to plan, hopefully for the summer and then for this time next year in the fall. So we can have more families and more places to gather. So a vote for this is voting yes. We want more gathering places in an organized manner that's fully budgeted and funded. A vote for this is that we believe in that there's opportunities for our communities to come together, and we have quality things across both parts of our community so that everyone is not just relying on the HOA and relying on the Metro District, et cetera, to put together events for the members in our own community. As far as the dates, I don't know, Dylan, if this is I have the dates here if we need to make an amendment to the motion, but I can send it to you. But the idea is that we have something approved by end of January, early February, so we can begin to coordinate, whether it's in a connected or other means of coordinate, so people know about what's to be expected. But that's the heart of that. That's why I brought this forward, the exciting part of it, bringing folks together, talk about the positive things of Commerce City, and use taxpayers' dollars to bring people together. in a way that's going to help us as a whole city.
Councilmember Teeter.
I just wanted to thank Councilmember Dukes for bringing something positive to Commerce City to help change our reputation from what it is today.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. So brought the folks from Adams 14, the leadership, together with the people from Cronky to talk about the possibility of doing their World Cup that they've had to do in Aurora back to Commerce City, and everyone's open and excited about the possibilities there. Is this something that we could also support with this?
I mean, I think any and all of those partnerships, whether it's with another governmental agency, school district, private business, those are all on the table for us to be able to explore and where and how to best leverage that relationship. I don't think this precludes that. If anything, it helps make sure that we have resources to strengthen what that partnership may mean with us having to be at that table.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, I want to make sure that this is really to bring the community together and to bring people out so that they feel like they can be involved and be a part of it, and that everyone benefits, and we do bring that hometown feeling back once again. So it's not that I am opposed to this in any way. I just wanted to make sure that we look at this in a way that we're dotting our I's and crossing our T's and making sure that this has oversight. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Anybody else? Okay. I had a question about cost. So far, we've gone 2 years with pretty much this same events, kind of, besides the new additions of meeting our residents where they're at in different areas, south and north, with the restaurants, with the event where they go out and meet the council members. Do we have what the cost was for 2023 and 2024, since they're pretty much had similar events?
I do not have those costs at the top of my head, sir.
Okay. Because that really would help, because if we are spending 200,000 or close to that, and then to expand this new program, I also believe that since it's going to be a city event, city dollars, it should just be in city parks. Not neighborhood parks, not metro districts. We have plenty of city parks in the city. And we're going to spend tax dollars. It should be where all the citizens are welcome and not feel like they are, if there's a problem, if they show up in a metro district park. So I think that'd be wise money spent. I know this is initiative and all that, and you're going to come back with more information. But when you come back, if you could have the dollar amounts for 2023 and 2024 as what we have spent in the past, that would be very helpful. And we just had a discussion with the small business organization in Derby, and we also have to get our house in order in Derby to make sure that when we do have these events, that we're doing our due diligence to make sure we have made improvements. When people come down there, they can feel not only safe and secure, but the lighting and all is more attractive for them as well. I hate to be spending money and we're still haven't done our part as far as making sure we're going to have these events are acceptable. All right. So the motion on the floor is to direct city staff to review the city budget, prepare an ordinance appropriating $300,000 specifically for the promotion and organization of community gatherings The expansion of community events offerings in an intent to enhance park activation and create quality social experience for park users. These gatherings will highlight the positive aspects of Commerce City, particularly during the holiday and summer months. We'll ask the clerk to take a roll call vote.
Your vote is open.
Okay, that passes unanimously. 9 yeses. All right, next one is motion to research alternatives for the current city curfew. I'll invite Councilmember Dukes to introduce this item.
Thank you, Mayor. This is on the follow-up to a number of conversations we've had about activity that's taking place in the park, whether it's public safety or public health. And our city attorney, Zarzeski, was able to provide a memo that detailed some possible solutions to help us think through what we can do. As I talked with the city manager and our city attorney about potential ideas, we realized that it is a ripple effect. So we got to be thoughtful around like what steps we move forward with before we make a final decision on how to whether change the curfew or not. And so this is a motion for city staff to conduct a review of the alternative options regarding the city's current park curfew and present city council with comprehensive presentation that outlines practical impacts of change in the park curfew. I believe the presentation should focus on several key areas. One is if we address traffic or target high-risk areas, if there's times in the day that we need to have more safety concerns, maybe we tweak the park hours there. What does that look like? Consider overall haul of time-based restrictions. As we talked about, thinking it through dusk or dawn, is this something that we want to limit park hours, whether it's dusk, starting at dusk, people leave and they can't come back to dawn. This helps reduce criminal activity and it also provides opportunities for residents to really highlight and support the park during the daytime. So that's one of the considerations. The other consideration is that, as the city manager laid out in the memo, that there's a lot of things that we can enforce more of. A lot of other ordinances that part of the ordinance that we can do better park enforcement. So the other thing, part of this presentation, is to look at what does it look like to enhance park security, and of course to that there will be a cost to what that looks like. Then the last two is just, what permanent events, if we move forward in a direction, what does it look like if it's just city-owned parks, but also permanent events? What does that look like if, like movies in the park, if they have a permit and it's at dusk? Do we keep them, or can they stay in the park and be able to keep the movie in the park, right? Those are things that I want to make sure we don't create a policy that deters those types of activities. And the last, as our city attorney outlined, what are the surrounding cities doing? As we looked at the original memo, I realized that our curfew is really in line with a lot of our neighboring cities. So we want to be thoughtful around what that looks like and create unintended consequences. So that's the motion at hand. Again, a motion and approval for this is just listening to the number of public comments, the challenges over the last couple years, and trying to find a solution so that our residents can enjoy the parks at the times they can enjoy it, while we're being respectful of the law and making sure that folks are not being harassed.
All right, I apologize to council. I should have asked for a second before we went to discussion. Councilmember Ford?
Second.
All right. Councilmember Teeter?
I was just going to second.
Okay, Councilmember Madera? Discussion?
I'm very supportive of this. I think, that's one of the areas that we have invested a lot of money and spent, it's one of the bright spots of the city, but it's, becoming one of the worst parts of the city is at the same time, right? It's, you have people abusing the parks and the kindness that we extend, and, as a result, safety has suffered. People are afraid to use the parks. They don't want to go to the stores because they don't want to be harassed, and, being from close by in the unsafe way, right? That's becoming the feeling that you get when you walk around, try to go to these stores, and it's getting to a point where you can't even enjoy the parks, and definitely don't feel safe, sending your family to go enjoy the parks on their own. So fully supportive of this.
Thank you. City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. I think the only question I was going to have for Councilmember Dukes, as well as the full body, what is the anticipated date that you would like us to return with this matter to a study session?
Okay, before I let that answer get answered, City Attorney Zarzaki, noting to your email, now I brought this up during this discussion before, was have an emergency ordinance attached to it, because if there's an issue within a park, we need to shut down a park for a certain situation. Can that be applied as well?
Yeah, so out of respect to attorney-client privilege, I would certainly recommend you all read the memo, and I'm happy to answer any questions with you individually, or if there's a need to have that conversation collectively in executive session, we can. I will answer your question, however. I believe what you're asking is there a way to use an emergency ordinance? And emergency ordinances are supposed to be used in very specific times. I would not recommend the use of an emergency ordinance as a blanket tool to change the park's curfew. I'll stop there. I would certainly recommend referencing the legal memo, though.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you. All right, Councilmember Dukes?
Thank you, City Manager Rogers, for the question. And I guess I defer to you, knowing that the staff and the workload already. The big concern is that how urgent or how soon, based on the schedule, could we have this before us? Also knowing the other concern that we will encounter is the summer months, as how do we begin to help address or curb some of these challenges in the summer months as well as the winter?
Given that the council has expressed urgency and I'll call it significant concern in and around the use of our parks, I think our goal would be to bring this to either the January 27th or the February 25th study session for a discussion and then policy direction and guidance from the body.
Thank you, because the hope with this is that you provide a presentation and we'll have enough information to make a policy decision. So I think that sounds appropriate, January 27th or early February for me.
And that date in February would be actually February 24th. And the only reason because of that significant gap is because we have only one study session in each month because of various holidays.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Thank you very much. I'm wondering if there should be an appropriation in this as well, because several of these call on more law enforcement, and I believe that there may be municipal code violations that are potential as well. Is there any money that we should be appropriating for this effort? City Manager Rogers.
Thank you, ma'am. And just before I answer your question, I do want to correct myself. We do have both study sessions in January or February, so that does give me some freedom there. I would say I wouldn't want to bring it any later than February to you all. I think what your question is in alignment for me is that we are already looking into what potential funding appropriations or mechanisms that we may need based off of our own continued due diligence and research that's been asked of the council member, but also what's been laid out through the memo in which the city attorney has counseled. So we've already started to look into that, and I think when we come back to you, we'll have a better game plan as to what we would need, what that might look like, and the cost of such, so that we have an estimate there. I think I'd be just pulling a number today, ma'am, not knowing whether or not I have a strong or positive reaction to whether or not that's going to be anywhere close to that ballpark. So January, February, I think we'll be where we'll be in a better place to answer that question for you with a lot more confidence.
Thank you.
Okay. City Council, any preference on January 13th or 27th or February 10th or February 24th? Motion maker?
January would be, so first study session in January. If not, the second will be the deadline. So the first two will be preferred.
So that would be January 13th or January 27th.
January 27th. It seems like it'll be with the holidays and everything.
We can make that, we will put that down.
All right. Say the motion again, a motion on the floor. Direct city staff to conduct a review, alternate options regarding the city curfew, current park curfew, and present city council with a comprehensive presentation that outlines the practical impacts of changing the park curfew. We'll ask the city clerk to take a roll call vote.
Your vote is open.
Okay, unanimously passes 9 yeses. All right, on to presentations of snow operation plan. Jean Brogillet here? Yes, he is. Park Operation Manager.
For Public Works on the operations side. Tonight, we're going to talk about our snow operations plan. We have John Bergeli, who is our Parks Operations Manager, and David Templeton, who is our Streets Operations Manager. John's going to lead off the presentation, and then all three of us will be here to answer any questions and give you background that you may need on that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of council. It's good to be in front of you tonight to not talk about metro districts. A quick overview of what we'll cover in this presentation. This is just intended to give a high-level overview of our snow response plan, how we put it together, and how those operations work. We'll discuss our expected levels of service based and outlined in that plan, and then answer any questions that you have. So as an overview, Public Works is solely responsible for all snow removal and snow response within the city. The snow operations plan is designed to integrate various divisions within the Public Works Department, streets, park, and fleet primarily, in order to maximize the resources that we can bring to bear for our snow responses, minimize waste, and optimize service. So we have streets that covers the streets and roads within Commerce City. They are not responsible for anything in unincorporated Adams County or state highways. That said, if we're driving through one of those areas, we'll do it with the plow down if we have to be there anyway, and we'll work with those agencies, but they're not our responsibility. Parks, we're responsible for all facility grounds, so the Civic Center, MSC, as well as all of our parks, trails, open spaces, and the street cutouts for crosswalks as well. Additionally, we also make sure to cross-train all of our employees with streets so that we can provide additional drivers for them when we have, significant storms and need to have additional drivers in those plows. Fleet is not directly involved in the actual snow response, but they are a vital part of our operation, making sure that all of our equipment is ready to go before, during, and after storms. So our response begins within 1 hour of activation. We always have crews that are on call, and that call for activation comes from our supervisors either within Public Works or from the police department. We actively monitor the forecast, and we also have PD out on the streets, and they can give a pretty good idea of what the conditions look like. From when we get that call, we have plows out within the hour. So the way that works, we look ahead. We look at the forecast and see what kind of snow events we're expecting in the coming days. And we'll work together, managers, supervisors, Mr. Bowman, to put together a plan based on a couple courses of action based on what we think the snowstorm will look like. How many personnel and what equipment will we need if the storm is much worse than forecasted, if it's about what we expect, or if we think it might be less severe than that. Once we actually start to see snow falling, we can gauge which of those courses of action is most appropriate and activate our crews accordingly. That allows us to be able to respond any time of day, 24/7, weekends, holidays, late at night. At any point in time, we can have a crew on the road beginning our response within an hour. So with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Templeton to walk us through how we classify storms and how that drives streets response.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. So we base everything on three classifications of storms. Class 1 storm is primarily what we see around the city, which is a snowstorm that lasts less than 12 hours and accumulates less than 4 inches of snow. Class 2 storm is something that lasts more than 12 hours, and we get anywhere between 4 to 8 inches. Class 3 storm is kind of what we see is going to be our bomb cyclones, our blizzards and whatnot. So that's a storm that's going to last greater than 24 hours with snow accumulation greater than 8 inches. Our priority 1 roads is what we focus on first for all our roadways, which is our major arterials. That way we can get traffic moving around city and get our first responders where they need to be. Priority 2 roads, just our remaining arterials and some collectors that facilitate school access. Priority 3 roads are just our remaining collectors, bus routes, and hills that we have around the city. Priority 4 roads and streets are just going to be our residential places around the city. So our level of service, Class 1 storm, we're treating all of our 1s and 2s, make sure that those roads are fully clear of snow and ice. Priority 3 streets are treated with at least 1 travel lane done. Class 2, right, 1s and 2s again continually treated. Priority 3 streets are treated after the storm has subsided. Class 3, priority 1 streets are maintained in a passable condition. Priority 2s and 3s fall after that.
And so we use a similar system within parks for how we prioritize the assets that we're responsible for. So priority 1, these are what we need to keep open in order to keep the city running. The Civic Center is our main effort, particularly the PD's Sallyport, making sure that that's open, no matter the conditions outside. The MSC is also a high priority, making sure that we're able to actually facilitate getting our crews out there, as well as Derby, the rec centers, and Contour. Our priority 2 areas are perimeter sidewalks, parking areas, and paved trails. And so in a Class 1 storm, if it's not that severe, we hit our priority 1 areas first. They receive immediate attention, and then we're able to move on to our priority 2 areas after that. As storms get worse, moving into Class 2 and Class 3, our main focus remains on priority 1 areas, and when we can, then we will reach the priority 2 areas. But again, that main focus is going to be on our priority 1 areas. So if we're in a Class 3 storm, a bomb cyclone, something like that, we'll probably just be running laps around the Civic Center, around the MSC, making sure that we're keeping that open and won't have the time to get to those priority 2 areas. That said, we will have all of our areas priority 1 and 2 cleared within 24 hours of the storm ending. So that kind of is an overview of how the city works together to respond to storms and make sure that we keep everything we're responsible for open. Per city code, residents also have responsibilities as well, primarily sidewalks for both residential and commercial properties. The property owner must have the snow and ice removed from the sidewalks within 24 hours of the storm ending. And they cannot pile snow on hydrants or traffic signs or any property that's not theirs. But we do have resources for residents. Snow Guardians is one that I want to make sure to highlight this evening. This is a free program that the city provides to residential properties only, but residents can request free snow removal from their sidewalk. The link there is the link to the program. There's just a very short application that a resident can fill out in order to get this free service. However, they must request the Snow Guardians program prior to each anticipated storm. So you'll have to fill one out before every anticipated snow event. But again, it's a free service. It covers the sidewalk and makes sure that it's clear within that 24-hour period. We also have Snow Trooper. This is a website where you get real-time data from all of our plows as they're out there on the streets. So it shows what priority street, it has a list of all streets by priority on the map, and it shows where the plows are within about 20 minutes or so, and exactly how our response is progressing. And then finally, we have the snow plans. This presentation is a very high-level version of what's in the snow plan. The more detailed version is also available on the city's website at that link. And so with that, I'll hand it back to council for any questions.
Council members have questions? Councilmember Dukes?
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for the presentation. Just a quick question on the Snow Guardians. I appreciate, it being available. My question is, it being online, what other outreach is it possible for folks who are not, I guess, online savvy or don't have internet in certain parts of the city? How do you reach folks who don't have access?
That's a great question. I know that we do have it on the website. I'm not sure if we have it in Connected. If not, we'll check with our community relations team. If that's not something we currently have in there, that's a great point, and we'll definitely be sure to include it in there as well.
I think the Connected would be great, but also our rec centers or even our grocery stores or laundromats, so that folks it's just out there. And I don't know if that application's all electronic as well too. So
That's correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
I would just recommend having a plan if folks are not tech savvy or they don't have internet, or if the internet's down, just something. But I appreciate the presentation. I think it's a start, but just something to think about.
Thank you.
Councilmember Teeter?
Yeah, I just wanted to check with the city manager or whoever, department heads, I should say. Is this open to all classes in all departments in the city or anybody that has a CDL? Or is it just the Parks and Rec?
So currently, Parks and Rec employees are required to get their CDL, and then they do backfill. That's part of our public works sharing. So Street Division has the primary drivers. They're trained in the plowing. And then the parks crew will come in during storms and ride. So they not only have the CDL, but they get the training. They understand the specific routes where trouble curbs and manhole covers and stuff are. So that's primarily where they are. And I'm not sure who else in the city does have CDLs. So, but I can certainly research that.
I would encourage you to open it up to anybody that's got a CDL just for when that Class 3 storm decides to come along, because you guys do need to operate under CDL guidelines and
that's correct.
And be certain that they abide by all the laws there, just
Yes.
to protect the city.
Yes, and they do. They'll run alternate 12-hour shifts with the trucks and then the crews. So, yeah, let me do some research on that, and I'll get back with you on that, sir.
Thank you.
Yep.
Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Thank you very much. You've done great work so far on the snowstorms that we have had come through. There haven't been too many yet, and I think we'll get through Christmas without much either, it looks like. So you'll have a good time with family instead of being out on the road. That'll be good. There are residents who have contacted me because they have neighbors who have north-facing properties, and so it melts and then freezes. Who should they make the complaint to if that ice isn't getting removed from the sidewalks in the residential areas?
So residential areas, if they have complaints, it's not getting removed on the sidewalks. So it'd be our code enforcement to go out and help them out with those situations.
Okay, thank you very much. And thanks for all you do.
Thank you.
Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you. Thank you for all the work that you do on this and your presentation this evening. And I have a question, though, actually, it's kind of a question, but it's also comments on the Snow Guardians. I think it's a fabulous program, and it's very much needed. However, as Councilmember Dukes pointed out, there are a lot of people who don't have access to internet or the equipment to even get online. And I also noticed that you have to do it each and every time. Well, there are older people that you just know that they are going to need help. Is there any way that we can change some of the guidelines on this so that we have like applications that we can distribute to people that we might know, and it could be a one-time thing so that they don't feel like they're worried that they're going to be responsible for their sidewalks to get cleared? And then some of them have driveways that really need to be cleared as well. So I think the program's great, but I think we need to kind of look at obstacles that might come about for those who really, really need this.
City Manager Rogers?
Thank you for that, Mayor. And I appreciate your comments, ma'am. I think just kind of share some additional information that didn't come across during the presentation. The Snow Guardian program is ran out of our Code Enforcement Division. We have 3 eligibility requirements that are necessary to be able to comply with this. 1, got to be a resident of Commerce City. Obviously, that's pretty straightforward. 2, you have to be 60 and older. And then 3, you have to have some other physical disability that limits your capacity in being able to remove snow, ice, or snow from your sidewalk. Now, we have been utilizing grant funds for Snow Guardian, so it's a first come, first serve, and once those funds are expended, obviously then we've reached our limit, our cap for that program. If there's a desire by the council wanting to, from a policy leadership and guidance, wanting to broaden the program, understand what that may mean from a potential financial impact to budgets going forward, because obviously we have identified what we're able to do through, I will call the winter season, the snow season as it may be for this year in 2025. We can start to plan for that in the 2026 budget so that we can then start to implement whatever new policy guidance or direction that may come. We do, I think, for Councilmember Dukes, about communication. We have it in our Connected. We also have it in the Move newsletter, which obviously goes to our active adults, senior citizens within our community. But there's some other things that we could possibly do as well with having printable versions at where we have drop-offs, which are the Civic Center, Eagle Point, Bison Ridge. So I think operationally there's some things that we can do to help make that a little bit more of an efficient application process.
A phone call an application taken over the phone might be, the easiest way for some of these people to do it. We need to make it easy on our citizens. So we just need to think outside the box and.
But I think just getting to your larger question about if there's fundamental changes that you're looking at from a policy perspective on the matter of snow guardians, then I would say your best effort of having that conversation is something like at your winter retreat, where you can kind of talk through the details of what does that look like, and so that staff can go back and assess whatever the financial implications and what would be necessary to implement that. And it gives us more than enough time to think about how that gets built into a broadened program or a budgeted program that's not reliant upon grant funds.
Thank you. I have one more question, and that is on page 7, park designations. It says Connor Community Center. Connor Community Center has not been a community center for a very long time. It is occupied by the Commerce City Historical Society and the Chamber from it used to be, the sign used to be up for the Chamber there. So I'm curious why that is on the list of park designations.
It's still a city-owned facility, and that's why we maintain all grounds of all city-owned properties.
Thank you.
All right, I had a question, seeing no others from council. If you go to the map, District 8, And when we have priority snow route, red, green, yellow. Red is their main arterial, and then we get into some of the city streets that deal with the school routes. And school routes have changed. The school bus now comes down Unity Parkway and then goes, I believe, west on Unity Park Lane. So, yeah, their route has changed. So I think we need to make sure whatever this, because they have new drivers, I just start noticing buses in new areas that they haven't been in the last 18 years. So they change things up because it's based on children's safety. So they can allow the bus to come down and the kids can get on the bus where a lot of traffic's not flowing in and around the bus.
Okay, yeah, I've been in contact with 27J for what we plow on routes, and they've reviewed the areas that we currently plow on the routes that they're supposed to be using that we're currently taking care of in District 8. Some of the other areas I can double check with them just to make sure that their buses don't have an alternate route that they're following, and I'll take a look at that.
I really appreciate that, yeah, because their route has changed since September. I've seen buses, like I said, in places that they have not been before. I gave it a week to say, hey, maybe they're just testing things out. No, they're still continuing to do it as of today.
I'll review it one more time, sir.
Okay, appreciate that. And as far as ice dams, I know in the past, because of the way some of these developments have been developed with storm drains, they're not like they are in other areas. So the accumulation of water when it comes down to the end of a block creates those ice dams. It's up to the metro districts to make sure that those ice dams get removed, those storm drains get cleared so they can have, whether it's debris or so, and if that could be communicated back with all those different metro districts and HOAs, we're going to have a lot less problems if that's something you guys can do.
Okay, we'll look into that.
Okay, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, on to consent agenda. The consent agenda includes items that are routine, procedural, informational, self-explanatory, non-controversial. These items are presented to council for a single motion and vote. Any council members may ask to remove a specific item off the consent agenda for further discussion in a separate vote. Tonight, there are 21 items on consent agenda. Do any council members wish to remove an item? Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Yes, I have two items I'd like to remove. One is 2024-108, and the other is 2024-113.
Okay. All right, 2024-113. And you said, let's see. What was this?
108.
108, okay. All right. Any other council members? Okay, all right. I have one to remove would be, let's see, Resolution 2024-109. All right. Okay, I need a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as amended. Councilmember Kim.
So moved.
Councilmember Chacon.
Second.
Okay. Will the city clerk please read the titles, take a roll call vote?
Minutes of the October 28th, 2024 special meeting, minutes of the November 25th, 2024 special meeting, minutes of the December 2nd, 2024 regular meeting, ordinance 2648, and ordinance amending sections 215263, 215400, 215420, 215450, and 2111-200 of the Land Development Code pertaining to the regulation of short-term rentals, ordinance 2650, and ordinance amending the 2024 budget of the City of Commerce City by revising American Rescue Plan Act funding appropriations and authorizing the expenditure thereof, ordinance 2651, 2025-1, an ordinance amending the 2025 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, Community Development Block Grant, CDBG funds in the amount of $409,823 and the authorization of the expenditure thereof. Ordinance 2652, an ordinance amending the 2025 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of American Rescue Plan Act Coronavirus State and Local Fiscal Recovery Funds in the amount of $261,250 for a co-response program in the Commerce City Police Department. Ordinance 2653, an ordinance amending Article 3 of Chapter 9 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code, revising the short-term rental registration program in the City of Commerce City. Ordinance 2654, an ordinance amending the 2025 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of local planning capacity grant funding in the amount of $201,902 from the Division of Local Affairs for a housing planner and the Community Development Department. Ordinance 2660, an ordinance amending Division 2 of Article 2 of Chapter 8 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code pertaining to notice of hearing requirements. Resolution 2024-109, a resolution canceling city council meetings that fall on officially scheduled city holidays. Resolution 2024-10, a resolution designating posting locations for ordinances and public meetings. 108, 109. Resolution 2024-110, a resolution authorizing award of contract for construction of the Potomac Bridge replacement to Jalisco International Incorporated. 113. Resolution 2024-117, a resolution authorizing the city manager to enter into a master services agreement with Lumen A Transportation Technologies LLC for traffic signal maintenance and repair activities. Resolution 2024-133, a resolution authorizing award of contract for hosted software as a service and related services to Jaeger LLC. Resolution 2024-153, a resolution amending the directory of fees and charges pertaining to the Board of Adjustment fee for residentially zoned properties. Resolution 2024-156, a resolution approving the conveyance of real property generally located at Bowen Court to Adams County School District 14 for a child care and education site. Resolution 2024-163, a resolution adopting 2025 performance standards and approving a salary increase for City Attorney Lee Zarzecki. Your vote is open.
Okay, that passes unanimously, 9 yeses. All right, on to 3, the items that were pulled. Mayor Pro Tem, I will let you
Yes.
bring these up.
Resolution 2024-108. City Manager Rogers, would you like to speak to that?
Yes, ma'am, and I appreciate you pulling this matter on behalf of staff. There's been some design inconsistencies that have come up at the 11th hour, and my staff and I would like to take some time to be able to work through those that have come to our awareness and bring this matter back to the February 3rd regular meeting in 2025.
Would you like a motion to that effect?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I move to bring this item back March, what was it again?
February 3rd, ma'am,
Oh,
sorry.
February 3rd, to bring it back, February 3rd.
Okay, motion's been made to bring resolution 2024-108 to February 3rd regular meeting. Councilmember Teeter.
Second the motion.
Councilmember Kim. Sorry, that's a motion, sorry. Apologize for that. All right, City Clerk, read the title.
Resolution 2024-108, a resolution authorizing award of a contract for construction of East 88th Avenue, Segment A to Hudick Excavating Incorporated, DBA HEI Civil. Your vote is open.
Okay, that passed unanimously, 9 yeses. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem, your second one?
All right. The second one is Resolution 2024-113. This is a resolution approving the intergovernmental agreement between the City of Commerce City and South Adams County Water and Sanitation District. This is for infrastructure improvements along 96th Avenue. City Manager Rogers, would you tell us who these improvements will benefit?
Eventually, at some point in time, ma'am, the improvements that are identified by South Adams County Water and Sand would benefit development within Pressure Zone 41 and Pressure Zone 42. Those are developments east of Tower Road as you head towards Piccadilly and up in and around the airport within our urban growth boundary.
The resolution says that South Adams Water has appropriated the funds, but they may be coming from ratepayers, since that is their source of revenue. And I would just like to take a moment to point out that on October 2nd, the City Council voted unanimously to support South Adams County Water and Sanitation District's ballot measure that would enable them to apply for state grants. That was the understanding we were given. We were also told that there would not be a rate increase. The rate increase was announced this past week of 7.5% to all ratepayers in South Adams County Water and Sanitation District. To say I am disappointed that has occurred when we asked specifically is an understatement. And I, on that basis, will be voting no on this resolution.
Any other council members have any questions? All right.
I have a question, Mayor.
Okay, yes. Go ahead, Mr. Dare.
So can you speak to what this IGA does? Because, I'm also upset about the rate increase, and, they told us that they wouldn't raise the mill levy, but, they kind of ran the end around on that one. But at the same time, my concern is, while we're doing this work for the improvements on 96, South Adams County Water Sanitation District is notorious for coming behind us when we just do a road to then do improvements, and then they tear up the road and leave it in, terrible shape when it was a brand-new road that they cut into. So can you speak to what this IGA is?
Yeah, yes, sir. So I think you kind of, in a roundabout way, kind of hit what we were trying to accomplish with this and working with the Water District, is being able to leverage the mobilization of the widening project that would begin next year, so that they would be able to put their necessary infrastructure, 2 15-inch water line, a water and sanitary sewer line with fiber, and then a potential 36-inch transmission line that would serve future development east of Tower Road within our street, without having to come in at a later time and date and rip out that asphalt, which could cause, obviously, certain delays, not necessarily delays probably, but cause certain issues with a newly constructed roadway that is now back under construction to lay that infrastructure. So that mobilization in this IGA recognizes and memorializes how they are going to operate within our contract with the vendor, reimbursement of the cost over the life of that construction project, in addition to repaying the city subject to that infrastructure, so that we're made whole, the contractor's made whole, and then obviously outlining that at no such time will that infrastructure be turned on to support development until they are reimbursed from the development that is going to rely on that infrastructure. So it gives them an opportunity then to be able to work in the future with those developers and being reimbursed for that upfront cost.
And there is some cost savings to them. It sounds like they're reimbursing us for some of the costs as well.
Correct. Within the agreement, there's certain costs for construction management. I'd have to pull up the resolution to get to the exact number, but we have around $340,000 or so as it pertains to that call out versus $3.7 million as it relates to the 15-inch lines. and then approximately $7 million for the 36-inch line.
Okay, so it's, not all for naught, right? They're saving money by doing it up front and also saving us, the headache of having brand-new roads cut into and patched and then getting the speed bumps and everything that, not speed bumps, but, might as well, same difference, right? With the
Absolutely.
potholes that come from that.
Absolutely. I think you hit the mark on both points.
Thank you.
Okay, any other discussion? All right, Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing this forward, Mayor Pro Tem Noble. I'm having a really hard time with this as well. I feel like once again, we're backed into a corner. I feel like we're at their mercy when they came to us and promised that if we backed them in their initiative, that we would not be passing on rate hikes to our constituents. And now here we are, 7.5%, and that's,
Mr. Manager Rogers?
I feel like, again, being backed into a corner, and because of that, I just don't feel like I can support this either. Thank you.
City Manager Rogers?
I'd be remiss in not acknowledging that we do have a South Adams County Water and Sand representative, Mr. Abram Moreno, here. He may be able to opine on the funding structure towards these improvements, where that's coming from, and whether or not there's any relation to the matter that's before you tonight. So you may want to give him an opportunity to speak, Mayor.
Okay, City Council, like that offer for
You need a motion for
Moreno
that?
to come up? Don't need a motion, just ask if you want to come forward. Ms. Moreno, would you like to come forward and explain the situation with the construction and this IGA agreement and where the money is going to be coming from? If there's any correlation with the 7.5 increase in the rates? Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council. Appreciate the opportunity to stand before you this evening, I think. I just would like to try to provide some clarity around what the request is here. The city of Commerce City, as you are aware, is improving 96th Avenue between Chambers Road and Tower Road. The district has a need for two 12-inch water mains for pressure zone 32 that will provide reliability and redundancy in that part of the water district. The 30 and 36-inch pipeline that will serve future pressure zone 41 and pressure zone 42 is really a project of opportunity because of the city's road widening project. Anything that is related to growth in the city or in the water district is all funded through connection charges that development pays its own way. No ratepayer funds are paid for the extension or expansion of water facilities in this IGA that we're talking about this evening. The 7.5% rate increase that you talk about is completely unrelated to anything to do with 96th Avenue's road widening project. I'll pause there for a moment and take any questions that you might have.
Any council members have questions? Councilmember Noble?
Yes, my question is, why is there a 7.5% rate increase when you are anticipating, when this project is completed, that there will be more development? The reason these pipes are needed is because we're unable to do the development in that area because we don't have the ability to get water to properties in those pressure zones.
I'm not sure I fully understand your question, Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
I can understand, that's all right. My question is, why is there a rate increase of 7.5%?
There is a adopted rate increase of 7.5% because Denver Water is increasing their rates by 11%. We're sending about 50% of our flow to Metro Water Recovery's Northern Treatment Plant next year to the tune of about $3 million. United Power has increased their power rates by 9%. Xcel Energy has increased their rates by some certain percentage. I don't have that number off the top. And so the cost of delivering water to this community, we are reliant on other entities that help us provide that water in the form of electric and gas, as well as managing our PFAS problem. You're aware that we're taking approximately 20% additional water supply from Denver today in order to help us stay at the non-detect level.
When you stood before us on October 2nd, did you know this then, that those rates were increasing for all these different agencies?
The only utility that we were aware of that was increasing at that point in time, I think, was United Power, which they had done their increase midsummer. I think Denver Water at the time had a proposed rate increase. You said October 2nd? Is that the date you're talking about? Yeah, so we did have preliminary information from all of those utilities at that point in time. We just didn't know what the adopted amount would be.
Yeah. So it remains, though, the disappointment comes from helping to convince people to vote for the ballot initiative on the basis that the argument was it was going to make South Adams County Water and Sanitation District able to get state grants and that there would be no rate increases. In fact, by the ballot measure itself allowed for rate increases because a certain process was stripped by approving this. But just because you could doesn't mean you should when you told people otherwise, when you told us otherwise. So as partners, and as someone who sat in the room with you last week for the Water Commission, the day before the rate increase, and we were not told about the rate increase, is just an enormous disappointment for a partnership that is incredibly important to Commerce City. We're one of the rare communities in Colorado that doesn't have its own water department. So we are absolutely reliant on you. There is no question about that. So it's even very difficult to be critical because we need you, right? But that doesn't mean that all of this has to be okay. It's just not okay in my mind. Thank you.
Councilmember Dukes?
Thank you for explaining the differences with this intergovernmental agreement and in the rates. You know, I'm disappointed with the rates. I think the cost of everything up here, the cost in general is increasing. But thanks for explaining the difference. With that, I'd like to make a motion to approve Resolution 2024-113, a resolution approving an intergovernmental agreement between.
We're still in discussion.
I made a motion, sir. There's a motion on the table to approve Resolution 2024-113.
Councilmember Douglas?
I thought we were still in discussion stage, so I still had questions that were,
Okay.
since we.
Councilmember Dare?
Representative.
Second.
All right, go ahead, Councilmember Douglas.
Oh, okay, thank you. All right, sorry about the confusion there. So what are you planning on doing with the money then that will result from debrucing?
Well, given that the election was just on November 5th and the district had to plan accordingly for its upcoming 2025 year, we could not count on a ballot measure passing. We are looking at the opportunities for state grant funding. We are aware of some buckets of money that are available, but you're aware, I assume, about the state legislature and the budget discussions that are going on at the state, that some of those PFAS dollars may not be available to us. But we are still looking at that opportunity to apply for funding that we rightfully would be able to receive as part of having a PFAS problem in a disadvantaged community.
Probably resulting from the pollution that's allowed to happen here. especially since we're reopening wells that have been contaminated, and that's why we need that PFAS money to open those 2 wells that are already contaminated. So you're planning on, so now you're saying that even though we passed debrucing, that what you anticipated being able to use that money for, the money's probably not going to come then. Is that correct?
Are you talking about the state PFAS funding I just talked about?
All of it?
Yeah, we haven't applied yet. We still are looking into those opportunities to be able to apply. There are certain deadlines for applications. Those dates typically aren't until about April, but we are working shortly after the ballot measure passed. We started looking at those grant funds that are available to us.
And the building that is proposed, the plant to address the PFAS issue, is that still going to open, and is that paid for?
You're talking about the new water plant we're constructing?
Right. That's
Yes.
to address the PFAS.
That is correct. It's an $80 million plant that's under construction today. We received $61 million from the bipartisan infrastructure law funding.
Okay. The other thing that I wanted to point out, so just so the public is aware, is that the people who ran your campaign for this initiative also assumed that we were going to support that and put that out in the public, that they had support from the city, when they didn't. And that was a little bit disarming as well. Since we're backed into a corner on this, and we, I don't want to have a situation where we put in the road and then you have to come back later and tear it up. I feel like I have to support this, but I'm very disappointed as well that this was also put on the consent agenda, because something this profound is something that our public deserves to be aware of, all of this. So I'm glad that Mayor Pro Tem found it appropriate to remove this from the consent agenda. But that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you coming forward and explaining the situation. Don't like the correlation with 7.5 increase and all that. I mean, this is totally 2 separate things. And I know that when it comes to infrastructure and cost, things are going up. And it's the cost of doing business. So thank you for coming forward and answering those questions. All right. Okay, City Clerk. Councilmember Marti, do you have something to say?
Yes, I do. I just wanted to thank the Water Department for clarifying that you did not raise taxes dealing with the $80 million PFAS plant, and so you did withhold or keep up your promise. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And the tax increase is a whole different project. It's 2 different things. And
Councilmember
that's all I
Kim.
wanted to say.
Thank you. Councilmember Kim.
Thank you, Mr. Marino, for being here. I just kind of sat here quietly, and while I am in agreement with the fact that there is a increase, a 7.5% increase that honestly I was shocked by, I think what really shocks me the most, and that I would say to your board members to do better, is the transparency. We received a letter, I believe, roughly a couple of months ago about some issues with the sanitary water that occurred back in 2022? Just about 3 years ago, or what happened 2 or 3 years ago that we just received just this past summer, I believe. I think a lot of us received that same letter too. I would just say to your board members, do better. Transparency is key. It's unfortunate that we didn't know about it until, just because it doesn't, I'm trying to watch my tongue here, but I think just because it doesn't meet the minimum standards as to when to notify residents of water issues and crap that we've had. I still believe that we need to have a better transparency so that our residents know what the heck is going on. And so not to you, but mainly to your board members, they got to do better. A little bit more transparency needs to be put out there. That's all I've got.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
I do want to go back just a moment to the PFAS plant. I believe you said that you have $61 million grant. The project costs $80 million. So at the moment, there is a $19 million shortfall. And you will be endeavoring to figure out how to cover that shortfall, hopefully with grants. And if you don't get grants, then what?
We borrowed $17 million to fund the difference.
And then who pays the interest and payments on the loan?
The ratepayers.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no others, thank you. Thank you for coming. All right, city clerk? Thank you.
Resolution 2024-113, a resolution approving the intergovernmental agreement between the City of Commerce City, Colorado and South Adams County Water and Sanitation District, acting through its South Adams County Water and Sanitation District Activity Enterprise regarding infrastructure improvements. Your vote is open.
Okay, that passes six to 3. All right, on to the next one that I pulled. This is a resolution awarding the CIP project design for Chambers Road and widening of 105th through 116th to Martin Inc., Resolution 2024-109. And reason why I pulled this off, would like to see if the council is okay to move this to a study session, the first study session in January, so we can have more of a dialogue based on where other funding methods are going to come from to complete this road and not just our portion of the road. So if council is okay to move this to a January, motion is to move this to the first study session in January, which would be January 16th?
It would be the 13th.
13th, okay. Councilmember Ford?
Yeah, I just want to ask the staff how this will affect timing to get the project underway. Can you, as a staff, afford giving up the time to go ahead and reschedule this for a study session?
Before I answer that question, need a second, Mayor Pro Tem Lovell?
There was no motion made.
I made a motion. That was
You
my
made a
motion.
motion?
Yeah.
I'll second it.
I'd like to have our Assistant City Manager, Mr. Jeff Maxwell, kind of walk through the details of where we're at with the project.
Okay, but I saw the attorney. Is there a parliamentarian?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a clarification. So the motion that I heard on the floor was to move this to a study session. However, it is a resolution for, award of an agreement. So what I would recommend is consideration of modifying that motion to direct staff to put this on a study session and then continue this resolution to the next council meeting. Obviously, council can't make formal action on a study session.
Gotcha. So you said a regular meeting?
Correct. You could do the following regular meeting scheduled after the study session.
Oh, okay. So continue this for a study session February 3rd.
I think you can make a motion to have staff schedule this to be an item on a study session and then continue the resolution to the next following regular meeting.
Okay. All right. Okay, the motion is to move this to a study session February 13th and continue this on a regular meeting
January 13th.
January 13th, and to continue this at a regular meeting scheduled for
February 3rd.
February 3rd. Is that okay? Second?
That's fine with me.
All right. Go ahead, Mr. Maxwell.
Mayor Douglas, just want to answer
Sure.
Councilmember Ford's question. This is within the bid period for us, so if you act on this during the next meeting that we've scheduled, that is within the period when we could still award it to the contractor. So no delays for staff, other than the few weeks to get in front of you in a study session.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ford. Councilmember Ford. Mayor Pro Tem Noble, do you have a question?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Councilmember Madera?
Yeah, do we have a contract already in place for this, and will delay in this affect the pricing?
Councilmember Madera, it won't affect the pricing. It's within the 90 days. So within 90 days, we can still award without any changes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. City Attorney, Zeki, did you have something else to say? Okay. Councilmember Dukes?
Thank you, Mayor. I will be voting no to move this to a further date. This is a project that the community has been excited about, ready to get moving, and it's created a great opportunity for community pride and community excitement. The concern I have is that we move projects to study sessions and we continue to overanalyze things that we don't need to overanalyze with the city staff. This is a concern of mine because not only will this delay the project, not just until February, but any questions or concerns that continue to get brought up will delay it further. And again, we might run into a situation where this project may not start until the end of the summer, if that. And so with that, I won't be supporting moving this because I trust the city staff has done their due diligence. I look in here, they've identified the funding that's going to provide for this project, and I think it's time for our city to begin to have Chambers Road widening, which has been a big concern for a number of residents.
Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you. Our last issue to me is a prime example of why we need to take the time to analyze things, so I will be supporting this.
All right. Before I go on there, the reason why I brought this up is because this was brought up a few years back, and then it came down to funding mechanisms. There was a problem with developers funding this project through taxpayers in a way where the Metro District members, in a way would burden them in another taxing situation. So like I said, there's a lot to talk about, and that's why I asked this to be moved to a study session and then continue to a regular meeting. And you just heard the answer from our staff saying this is not going to affect it at all, timing-wise. So, all right. Councilmember Madera.
Yeah, I won't be supporting this. We've had this come up several times before. We had it funded at one point, and the council, because they didn't like the funding sources, turned it down. And since then, I had a friend almost get killed on the intersection of 105th and Chambers. He riding his motorcycle and got hit by a diesel coming out of that parking lot. So it's definitely much needed, improvements that need to go into that road. And it's just one of those things that we kicking down the road, and this is for the design of it, which we can't get any grants until we get that initial work done to put the design in and start actually moving this forward. So, we can still talk about the funding down the line because this isn't the entire project. This is just getting the project started. So I don't see any reason to delay it any further.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
I do think it's important for us to talk as a council at the study session about what it is that we want to see for this section of 105th up to, I guess, 115th, maybe, somewhere in there. Previously, the Metro District reunion and the Reunion Metro District residents were going to be on the hook because of the MALIPA that exists among all of the metro districts in Reunion, which spreads costs among everyone, no matter how long you've lived in the Reunion Metro District. You may have been one of the first property buyers in 2002, or you may have been one of the last in 2024. Either way, you're on the hook. And I think it's important for us to be able to help guide the design of the road in terms of amenities. I think that there are a lot of amenities that are worthwhile. And I do want to point out that the city manager has already notified us that a light is going in at 105th and Chambers. It will be one of those temporary lights. I did get an update on that recently, but perhaps you could share that with the council and the community about the status of the traffic light that will be going in at the King Soopers exit by the preschool and the car wash and so forth.
Thank you for that, Mayor Pro Tem. We are currently in the process of trying to obtain the various materials necessary as we continue to finalize the design for the wire span traffic signal is what it's called. The messaging that I shared with our city council, we also did put it in a weekend review for the community to be aware of. We are shooting for end of Q1, at the latest, the beginning to the middle of Q2 for having that traffic light operational in the ground.
Great, thank you very much. So this will only delay our vote about 6 weeks, and so I will be supporting it. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Douglas?
I just wanted to reiterate the point that one of the first times that this was brought before council, it was on the consent agenda, and if it had not been removed and readdressed, the residents, I believe it was Metro District 1 and 2, would have been responsible for paying that. And I'm sure it would have made their mill levy rate go up. And so that's why stuff like this is so important to examine and make sure that we get it right. Because when you get it wrong, it's one and done, and there's no going back.
Councilmember Kim?
I will remind council of the Bison Grill Golf Course. How many years has that taken so far? That's all.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
One final point. This is really a regional road, so the hope is that we can attract other financing that goes beyond just the immediate neighbors and will encompass Adams County and other assets as well.
Okay. City Manager Rogers, could you explain the $3.5 million and the $7-point-something million we have and what actually would come out of this? It's not a fully built-out road, it's going to be stages?
That is correct, sir. The agreement for the professional services is one, to allow for the design, one, also the acquisition of potential right-of-way for Chambers Road between 106 up to 116th, 117th. That still does leave us with a deficit of around 24 million that would need to be covered for the actual constructability of that design once we've been able to get to that stage. So really, this is the initiating step, as you've kind of heard from Mr. Maxwell, that it'll at least allow us to begin finalizing the concepts that were presented to the body or refining the concepts that were presented to a previous body back in November of 2022. while also securing the necessary right-of-way along the various stretches of Chambers Road for that project widening.
Thank you. Yeah, just as mentioned about the golf course, this is also to make sure that the other funding is agreed upon going forward, where that's coming from, so that when we do this, we know when things are going to start, when they're going to finish. We can't control the other part. So, all right. City Clerk.
Your vote is open. Mayor Douglas. Thank you.
Okay, that fails 3-6. All right. Okay. To make a resolution for awarding the CIP project design of Chambers Road widening from 105th Avenue to 116th Avenue to Martin Inc., number 24-109, Council Member Madera. Councilmember Madera.
Sorry, I
Made the motion.
oh, okay, I make a motion to approve.
Okay. Councilmember Dukes?
Second.
Okay. All right. Motion on the floors. City Clerk, could you read the title and take a roll call vote, please?
Yes, sir.
Pardon me? Councilmember Douglas? Yeah, go ahead. Councilmember Douglas, go ahead. Sorry, I missed the discussion.
Oh, that's all right. Thank you. I appreciate that. So if this is approved, I believe there's a plan in this design for 2 tunnels to go under the road, one at 112th and
Councilmember Douglas, there, in the plans right now, there is one definite pedestrian underpass that is just a little bit north of 105th to coincide with Second Creek Trail. There was a plan for a second underpass near 112th. That's not finalized yet. I know there were concerns about whether or not that would be used by golf carts, et cetera, and there are ways that we can prevent that if that's a problem with bollards. But for now, we're focused on the single pedestrian underpass at 105th. There could be a second at 112th. That is part of the iterative design process. But for now, we're focusing on the one at Second Creek.
right, and won't it cost money to include that second?
Yeah, and as you've all alluded to tonight, we don't have this project fully funded. We have $4 million in congressional discretionary spending. That grant was awarded this year. That's a massive grant for us. It pays for all of the design, a lot of the right-of-way. We have about $3 million more, so $7 million total. So our thought is to phase this in. We could phase in the improvements near 104th, up to that pedestrian underpass at Second Creek. The residents will see some benefit from that right away while we're working on putting together the rest of the funding. I realize it would be wonderful if we could fully identify the $32 million, $31 million. But the way we can do that is to get the shovel-ready design now so we can start going out for grants that require that. A lot of the federal grants require shovel readiness, and this will allow us to start applying for some of those grants.
But you can see my concern about the 112th, because
Yes.
the other one is really serving the community for safety reasons.
Yes.
The other one, you could go up to 112th, hit the crosswalk, and walk at the light. So I just, to me, that tunnel is really expensive when we could be spending that money other places. We heard all these people tonight from Citizens Communications, as we always do, about the basic needs. And that's my concern with this. That's why, they keep trying to bring stuff back and throw it in the mix, and then it's in there, and then again, there's no turning back. And then it's like, well, we committed, so it's part of the design. So, oh, it costs money because they had to do the design for it.
So if I could address that really quickly. The thought for the underpass at 112th was if we ever connect 112th to Bison Ridge. So if we ever go to the rec center, then we will have an underpass for pedestrians. That's way down the road, you're correct. And maybe it's something that we would think about phasing in later. It's certainly an option, it's certainly something we could take out.
Well, I don't think that should be looked at until we actually, because there was supposed to be a road. The 112th was supposed to be completed from Bison Ridge to Chambers.
Correct.
That's not in the work. Why would we pay for money for a design for a tunnel when that money, I was told that it was put back? Where is that money? And why aren't we working on something like 112th rather than considering a tunnel? And, you know, I'd love to move forward on something like this, but it always seems like there are things that are just kind of glossed over that we don't address and think about it in practical terms on what should happen. And I'm not taking my frustrations out on you, but this just keeps happening. And I wish we would have been able to just take a little bit more time and look at this. Because of that possibility of the tunnel, I can't support this.
Councilmember Chacon?
Do you already have grants lined up? First of all, thank you. But first of all, do you already have grants lined up about how to phase in certain types of funding? Because the only reason that I voted no is because I wanted to move ahead. I want there to be something that we can help with community, but it can't be all on community. And given that this is such a large roadway that's going to connect more than just our city, how are we going to fund it to where it's not all on our taxpayers?
Yeah, and you're correct. We have to look at this as a regional project. We have to look at the benefits to other surrounding communities like Adams County and work with them in partnership and in partnership with Dr. Cog. So we have a lot of strategies around that, but talk is cheap. You know, we need to actually be applying for these grants and these opportunities with a shovel-ready project. That's the hard part for us as staff. When we go in and we show people the plans for this, they're excited about it. But again, it has to be shovel-ready so we can get into the process and start getting the grants. We were thrilled to get $4 million this year. That's a fantastic grant for us. And the next stage is to get to a shovel readiness.
Is there any types of grants on safer streets that can benefit more than just this project for our city?
I'm sorry, you said Safer Streets grants? Yeah, they're just a little bit smaller in size. We need an order of magnitude on this. It's a huge gap in funding. So there are Safer Streets programs we can look into, but, and we will do that. I'm not saying we won't, but we're looking for big ticket grant opportunities for this, and then partnerships with Adams County and some other regional partners wherever we can.
Has the region or Adams County been interested in helping with funding?
They haven't been interested in helping funding it yet because we haven't identified what the actual design is and what the costs will be. We will be approaching them rapidly once we start this process.
Thank you.
Sure.
All right, is there any other council members' questions? Okay, Jeff, Mr. Maxwell, will this design also include 116th intersection, the light there, because that was voted on for the residents who live on both east side, the east and west side of Chambers. $707,000 was set aside for the intersection for the lights.
You know, I don't have the details to that. Let me see. Do you have details on that? Jen Hahn is saying that it will, so it looks like it will.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
Okay. All right, city clerk.
Are you ready, Mayor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Resolution 2024-109, a resolution awarding the CIP project design of Chambers Road widening from 105th Avenue to 116th Avenue to Martin Incorporated. Your vote is open.
Yeah, it passes 8-1. All right. On to resolutions. Resolution 2024-164, denying case Z24-003 and making findings. Do any city council members have questions for staff? Need a motion? Councilmember Madera.
Yeah, I'd just like to ask City Council to allow me to recuse myself,
Okay,
if I wasn't present for this one.
all right. Okay, need a motion and a second to accuse Councilmember Madera from voting on this item. Councilmember Dukes.
I'd like to make a motion to allow Councilmember Madera to recuse himself as he was not present during public hearing.
Okay. Councilmember Teeter.
Second the motion.
Okay, the motion on the floor is to allow Councilmember Madera to accuse himself on this resolution denying case Z24-003 for making and findings.
Your vote is open.
Okay, it's 7-1 no. All right. Okay. All right. This is resolution 2024-164 denying case number Z24-003 and makings and findings. And since this was already, we had a hearing, we closed. This is just to get the language right. That's why this is before you. So is any council members have questions for staff? Councilmember Dukes?
I do have a question. So regarding the language, a yes vote for this means you're approving denial of this case. That's the first question.
Correct, yes. So the motion that was approved during the hearing on November 25th was a motion to approve, and that failed 3-5. So just to be clear for the record, this is now a motion formally denying and adopting the written findings that were already documented on the record on the 25th hearing. That is it.
Again, with the approval of this resolution, what happens to the applicant in terms of the process? Do they come back a year later? What happens?
It's a great question. So a big reason for this clarification is this would start the clock for the applicant to formally make an appeal if it chose to do so.
Final question. If this resolution does not pass, does it open up a new public hearing, or how does that work?
It does not open up a new public hearing. If this resolution did not pass, we would have had a motion to approve that failed, and then we would have a motion to deny that failed, right? So there would not be clarity on the denial effectively. So there would not be clarity for the applicant. My guess, I don't want to speak for the applicant or the applicant's legal counsel who is here, but they may assume that without approval, it is effectively a denial and probably look at their options to file an appeal.
Okay, I need a motion and a second to adopt resolution 2024-164.
I'm not good at making motions, but I will make a motion
Councilmember Douglas?
to deny cases Z's 24-003. Is that all I need to do?
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Chacon?
I second.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, the motion on the floor is to adopt resolution 2024-164. Yes, City Clerk, take a roll call vote, please.
Resolution 2024-164, resolution denying case Z24-0003 and adopting written findings. Your vote is open.
Okay, that fails 4-4. Or a stalemate.
You're looking at me. Yes, it does. I mean, you could make another motion. The council could deliberate more. There is not clarity as it relates to a formal denial. I would remind council that the motion to approve failed 3-5 on November 25th. That's all I can add, Mayor.
Okay. All right. I guess that motion doesn't pass, and we'll have to, Councilmember Kim.
City Attorney Zarzaki, is it possible to amend a motion to then just, because based on the fact that we did have discussions in the past during public comment, and I know there was a lot of folks that actually provided their inputs as well, that potentially that might be able to give an opportunity for the applicant or even the attorneys themselves to come back to City Council to kind of address some of those issues again to help refresh?
Sure, I appreciate the question. So process matters a great deal here. If the resolution denying the case here that is before the body now were to be approved, then it provides clarity for the applicant on what its next steps would be. One of those could potentially be to submit a new application to the city for consideration, which I presume would go through the process that the original application did. It would eventually find its way to this body, probably addressing some of the concerns that were highlighted by council for its failed motion for approval on the 25th.
So other than applying for a new application and probably potentially, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm assuming there's probably gonna be more additional costs associated with that. Would there be additional costs associated with that? If at a
I do not know. I don't know if that's for CD.
Good evening, council. Yes, it would be a new application and we would charge.
So I would not want to do something of that effect. Instead, I think we need to refresh this council, in my opinion, to go and bring back this, to review the case again. And I don't know, go ahead.
Yeah, so that procedurally is not possible, and here's why. So the hearing was scheduled on November 25th. Council closed the hearing, made a decision, which was a failure of a motion to approve. I think the process that you're trying to outline would be effectively a motion to reconsider the original decision. Pursuant to Bob's rules, which we've adopted, a motion to reconsider needs to take place either the night of the decision or the next regularly scheduled meeting, which has already taken place. So a motion to reconsider is no longer on the table.
So what are our next steps then?
Again, council could make another motion here. If it does not make a motion and we move forward with a 4-4 tie on this, we essentially have a failed motion to approve. We do not have an affirmative denial of this case, although, I know jurisdictions they interpret a failed motion to approve to be the same thing as a motion to deny. The intent of this resolution was to clarify in writing that this was affirmatively a motion to deny. It also documents the rationale that council discussed during your deliberations on the 25th, and it provides clarity to the applicant.
So there could be, let me just make sure I understand this correctly, is a motion to reconsider could occur tonight?
No.
No.
A motion to reconsider the original decision on the 25th would have had to have occurred on the 25th or the next regularly scheduled meeting, which has already taken place.
Right. Okay, that's all I got. Thank you.
City Attorney Zarzaki, so even though this didn't pass, does it refer back to the original, and there's the other process? Because this was brought forward to make clarification. It wasn't to bring the case back. This was just to clarify what we voted on.
Correct.
To make sure the language was for the record.
If this were to pass, I think it would provide clarification to the applicant of the timeline when the clock begins on when their application was denied, so that they could make their decisions on whether or not they're going to make an appeal.
Sure.
Or discuss future conversation or have future conversations with planning department to see if they would like to bring back a new application.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Chacon.
Just for clarity, why does our jurisdiction not consider this motion as a continued denial?
So if there are legal questions around this matter, I am happy to have those conversations out of respect to counsel and your attorney-client privilege. I would highlight that you can go into an executive session if you're looking for legal advice related to this. I don't know if that answers your question. I'm sorry, you can repeat it.
I was just wondering why our jurisdiction, since this already is just for adopting written findings for the already denial, and we just voted in a stalemate, it doesn't default to the just denial.
So what this is essentially doing is documenting the decision that was already made on the 25th of November after the hearing. However, on the November 25th hearing, there was a motion to approve which failed. I think the lesson learned there is following a motion to approve that fails, my recommendation moving forward would be to then subsequently have a motion to deny to clarify whether or not that was approved or not, right? So again, many jurisdictions, including the city and county of Denver, interpret a motion to approve that has failed to effectively be a denial. Additionally, our charter requires when a motion or when an application has been denied to provide an explanation for why it has been denied. That is on the record and the recording. The intent is to clarify that in writing under this resolution.
Thank you.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
In reviewing our discussion that evening, are you suggesting that no one had cited any criteria in the denial?
No, ma'am. Thank you for asking that question. In Section 2 of this resolution, all of the statements about the rationale for non-approval was pulled directly from council's deliberations on the 25th. So we are simply documenting it in writing.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Teeter.
So can we reconsider the vote on Councilmember Maduro's? That's a question for, yeah.
The question is, can you make a motion to reconsider the motion that was just made, which was to approve this? Yes, you may.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion that we reconsider the vote on allowing Councilmember Maduro to abstain and.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. With regards to us, with regards to the council member recusing himself, I would not recommend that because he has now stated for the record that he is not capable of providing an informed decision because he did not watch the testimony. I thought you were asking if.
No, I was looking for him to be a tiebreaker.
Understood. I thought you were asking if there could be a motion to reconsider the decision that just took place.
Don't know. Okay.
All right. Okay, on to ordinance, first reading. Ordinance 2026, repealing the moratorium on the marijuana stores. Do any council members have questions for staff? I need a motion and a second to introduce ordinance 2623 by council as seated and approved on first reading. Councilmember Kim.
So moved.
Councilmember Ford. Is there any discussion? Motion on the floor is to introduce ordinance 2623 by council as seated and approved on first reading. Will the city clerk read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2623, an ordinance repealing the existing moratorium on new retail and medical marijuana store licenses in wards 1 and 2 in the city of Commerce City. Your vote is open.
Before we do that, sorry. Councilmember Madera, we're on ordinance first reading, ordinance 2623, repealing the moratorium on marijuana stores.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions for staff? Councilmember Dare?
I do not. Thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you. All right, go ahead and proceed.
Your vote is open.
Okay, that passes 6-3. Okay, all right. Next one, ordinance 2623, marijuana business security and storage requirements. Do any council members have questions for staff? Need a motion and a second to introduce ordinance 2623 by council seated and approve in first reading. Councilmember Kim.
So moved.
Councilmember Dukes.
Second.
Any discussion? Motion on the floor is to introduce ordinance 2624 by council seated and approve on first reading.
Ordinance 2624, an ordinance amending Division 3 of Article 2 of Chapter 8 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code pertaining to marijuana businesses by adding new sections related to security and storage requirements. Your vote is open.
It passes unanimously, 9 yeses. All right, next one, ordinance 2625, limits on number of marijuana stores. Do any council members have a question for staff? Councilmember Kim.
No questions.
Councilmember Dukes? Do you have any questions for staff?
No questions.
Okay, I need a motion and a second to introduce ordinance 2026 by council seated and approve in first reading. Councilmember Kim.
So moved.
Councilmember Dukes.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Otherwise, it's passed. All right, the motion on the floor is to introduce ordinance 2625 by council seated and approve in first reading. Will the city clerk read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2625, an ordinance amending Division 2 of Article 2 of Chapter 8 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code pertaining to marijuana businesses by adding new limits on the number of recreational and medical retail stores allowed in the city. Your vote is open.
Okay, that passed unanimously. 9 yeses. All right, ordinance 2661, repealing moratorium on metropolitan districts. Do any council members have questions for staff? I had a question. One thing is repealing the moratorium. I understand about having something long-term and all that. But the discussion around the policy was only discussed back in 2023 in November 2023, November 27, 2023, sorry. That there was only discussion about the language that was drafted for the moratorium. This year, we did have a review to look at an audit of the metro districts. And then coming back for the results for that, it did say metro districts can go through a GID process, which we did not exercise. And then there's some other findings that came back with the business community stating that general improvement districts are not the answer, or what even, that wasn't even brought that way. It was just the fact that we need to move forward metro districts because we couldn't find any other funding source. So is it possible to, is this something we could talk about? Is this something tonight we could talk about the language that needs to be changed in this moratorium? I brought forward to move to a study session because we really should look at the language. And that's what previously we had from testimony from residents on moving this forward where there's loopholes. And I believe we do have loopholes here. So would it be a problem? Just asking if this was put in a way that we can look at the language and working on to refinements of the Metro District language, because to me, that is the problem. City Attorney?
I'm sorry, Mayor, can you repeat that question?
Would it be prudent to asked if it's just a process to ask for certain languages to be changed within the document. I mean, we haven't had you go through the process to see.
Yeah, and when you say the document, my apologies, Mayor. When you say the document, you mean the service
service
plan,
plan.
not the moratorium
Yeah, service plan.
ordinance, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I think you have an ordinance that's before you on first reading, so you're going to have some time between now and second reading. If there's interest from council in, discussing proposed changes or a review of the service plan, you can certainly do that. I think it makes sense that you would start having that conversation as a part of this now. I don't know that anyone, has reviewed the service plan, expecting that we would be revising on the fly here tonight.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So a motion could be made to move this.
I was just going to say, just making sure we have our outside counsel here. I believe he was an instrumental part of the drafting of the model service plan. This was prior to my time. So to the extent that there are questions about specific provisions within the service plan this evening, he is available.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Chacon.
Given the testimony that we heard tonight, I would also like to kind of second the mayor on knowing where those dangerous loopholes, as was mentioned earlier, of service plans are. I know that we did an audit, and that was a great step, but nobody knows their service plans in a way that's transparent with community very often, other unless you're on the board. So is there a way that we can have a study session about service plans so we fully know? I know it's a lot to ask, but we have so many metro districts we need to know. Is there a way that we can stay the moratorium so we can really dive into these dangerous loopholes in the service plans?
Is that a question for City Attorney?
Yes, the answer is certainly you can, and we could get that scheduled. I was speaking with the city manager trying to figure out when practically we could get that on the agenda.
Yeah. And if that's the body's will, then obviously we will respond in kind to getting that scheduled.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
I really think that would probably be an excellent idea at this point, because there has been a great deal that we have all learned in the 2 years or so since the service plan, the model service plan was created. There are some things that even jumped out at me in the past week as I was looking at it. Even though we have a mill levy cap, there's actually a regional improvement mill of another 5 mills. That wasn't something that the city council at the time factored in. When we came up with a cap, we came up with a cap, not a cap plus another 5 mills. Those, and the language is that on the regional improvement, it is to be adjacent if possible. So it could be a cost that a Metro District homeowner would have as a burden when in fact that road doesn't benefit them or that improvement doesn't benefit them. It benefits some other project. There is tightening that is most certainly required because, as someone said earlier in the speaking, in the public comment, that the community or that the lawyers who work for the developers, they do this all the time. You know, they know how to make this work for them. And metro districts are strictly for infrastructure. So there should be a way to pay them down quickly. But for some reason, these metro district bonds just keep growing and growing and growing in some cases. And that's eminently unfair. There are some metro districts in the north, Prairie Farms, I think it was called, it's now called East Point, does not have any roads whatsoever that it was responsible for, even though it's on 96th Avenue. It wasn't part of their development agreement. And so they have a very low, obligation that their residents have to pay back. It's around $5 million or something, as opposed to the hundreds of millions that some of these other metro districts have. You know, I personally, in many ways, and this is what I'm told over and over and over again by residents, I have never had one say to me, what I really want is a metro district. I have only heard people say that they would much rather have paid full price for their home to include those improvements so that there would be a finite end. It would end at the end of 25 years or 30 years or whatever the mortgage was that they faced on their properties, as opposed to these bonds that keep getting refinanced and refinanced. So to clean up any portions of the service plan seems like a very wise idea to me. There were many suggestions that were made. I'd also like to make certain that the service plan says, there's many times when it says city manager, and it doesn't say city manager or designee. We're fortunate that we have a city manager who is a planner, and that's his experience, that's his expertise. But it is entirely possible that we might have a city manager who is an engineer. I've worked for one who was an engineer in another city, and that wouldn't be that person's expertise. So having a designee would be a really great idea, particularly since we have been asking for quite some time to have a staff person designated for this metro district issue. When you have 74 metro districts in Commerce City, when there are 20 to 30,000 people in Commerce City who live in metro districts, it seems like being as prudent as possible when it comes to making this decision would be very critical. So I would really hope that we can revisit the service plan first. If we remove the moratorium, then the service plan as it exists goes into effect immediately. I would like to have the service plan reviewed first before we release the Metro District moratorium.
Councilmember Madera.
Yeah, I, for one, don't want to open Pandora's box again. It's been 2.5 years, had plenty of time to reopen any concerns. At this point, it just seems like a filibuster. You know, we worked on this line by line for years to get to that model service plan. We hired outside counsel. We also proposed an oversight board that many on this board denied. So I'm hearing a lot of repeat of things that have already been addressed, that we've been thorough and beyond thorough at reviewing. And at this point, it's, you know, it's a little bit woe is me. Like, I moved into a metro district without knowing that I was in a metro district. And that to me is wrong. You know, I don't know if you weren't made aware by the developers that sold you your home, if you didn't have to sign something, or if you didn't look into it. But lifting the moratorium isn't going to do anything about that. If anything, it's going to make it better for the next people that come into Commerce City. And if you are concerned about your metro district, repeal the moratorium, move across the street to the new metro district with the lower mill levy, and, you know, speak with your wallet. That's how you make a difference and get people to listen to you. You know, the fact that, you know, I get it. It's a heavy burden, and, you know, we have a great community, but part of the reason that it is that great community is the metro districts that were put in place to provide those services, to provide that private rec center, the parks, the pond that uses the most water in Commerce City, and all these things that you point at to being a great community. So, you know, it goes both ways, right? There's a lot of good things that come with the metro districts, but at the same time, there are some negatives that we've addressed in this service plan. So I don't see how we're going to change the service plan anymore beyond just getting rid of metro districts altogether. That is going to improve it and still be a tool for development while also protecting the consumer. You know, I hear people say they'd rather have it built into the price of the house. Well, if that was the case, some people wouldn't be approved for the loan for that house. So, yeah, that'd be great, but they probably wouldn't be moving in there. And I think that's, you know, something that needs to be considered. We've increased transparency. We've put caps into place. We've put in models for how these should be governed. And that's on top of all the other regulations that were already in place prior to that. And I think, you know, we live and we learn, and we've, you know, had these developments for 20 plus years now. So we've learned a lot since these were first put into place. And, you know, it is a shame that people were duped into moving into these beautiful homes and not completely knowing what they were getting into. And that's what the service plan is all about, is to correct that. But kicking it down the road and not doing anything doesn't solve anything. It doesn't make a difference. It just delays our progress in the city. And, you know, we've had this moratorium for 2.5 years, and what has come in the city? You know, I, for one, am like the rest of the residents that are tired of seeing nothing being done. And we need to put Commerce City back in business. And this is one of the first steps.
Yeah, I'd advise council not to take pot shots at our residents who came in, who testified for this. So thank you. Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. I don't even know where to begin on this, and you're right. Councilmember Madera, they wouldn't have gotten approved for the loan because taxes are included in the equation that calculates debt ratio. Okay? So yeah, they wouldn't have been, if the actual taxes would have been calculated, they wouldn't have been approved for the loan. I can guarantee you of that as a real estate professional. Okay, so we heard from residents who actually serve on the boards to say, we have loopholes that we have to close. We cannot, we also heard that revising cannot be done on the fly. We need to take our time. Got an article here, the headline is, Colorado Metro Districts and developers create billions in debt, leaving homeowners with soaring tax bills. Districts were created as an answer to Tabor, giving developers enormous power. This is from the Denver Post. It was published in 2019. I have talked to many representatives from different municipalities that have metro districts, and their biggest advice, they look to us actually, because we are actually trying to do something to confront this issue and bring it to the forefront so that other people know about it. And they look to us as leaders, but they've also said, make sure that your loopholes are covered, that you look at every single possibility to make sure that that you, I said it before, cross your Ts and dot your Is. Because once something's done and we don't have this in place, then it'll never be in place. So there's another paper that I advise everyone to look up and read. It is from the Colorado Future Center, and it's called The Publicization of Private Business, and it was published in 2016. Ever since the gold rush of 1859, Colorado's land speculators have sought governmental institutions that maximized profit and protected their investments. Initially, they formed town companies, but long ago, the practice of creating new towns and cities was abandoned. Over the past few decades, developers have adopted metropolitan districts as the preferred form of government. It's their own government, you have to remember that on top of it, to accomplish these goals. And the goals of land speculators or developers is to maximize profits and to protect investments. It's time that we protect our citizens, so I will not be voting to lift this moratorium. I think our citizens deserve that.
Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to approve ordinance 2661, an ordinance repealing ordinance number 2453, imposing a moratorium upon the city's process for applications for approval of new service plans for residential metropolitan districts.
Councilmember Ford.
I'll second that motion.
Okay. All right. Any more discussion? Councilmember Dukes, you have more discussion?
I do. I'll be supporting this, understanding that this is the first reading. There will be a lot more conversations probably if this passed for a second reading. So as stated, we've exhausted a lot of, we've talked about this a lot, so yeah.
Councilmember Chacon.
I will not be supporting this because it's incredibly harmful to assume someone needs to move before we scrutinize the level of explicit liabilities for economic impacts to homeowners, transparency issues that has little to no enforcement, including written notice that is not transparent. What else was listed? And most of all, this one that really sat with me the most is that they can't believe we're subjecting new homeowners to this burden as well. It's that we have no consequence for these type of developers who are legitimately going unregulated. And we have so many homeowners that they don't want to move. This might be the only home they ever afford. And to be mindful that they can't speak with their wallet if they're being sued with their own money. So I think it's incredibly important that when we look at this space, it's not just about scrutinizing, it's about legitimately analyzing with equity who we're really protecting. And we continue to protect developers in a way that explicitly says that we don't care about who lives here or who moves here. And that's my concern. My home that I bought with my husband is the first home my whole family and his family has ever been able to afford. So I find it incredibly harmful to tell someone to move when some people can never be able to afford a home ever, much less be paying this level of taxes. And this is a huge BIPOC community or first homeowner community. So I will not be voting for this because nobody deserves the future burden of having to deal with developers in this way and never get any benefit. And it ends up becoming a specific liability, not only to their economic impacts, which I highly want to remind people. Economy, even if in Latin term, means home management. It does, which we're not managing our home very well at all if we have metro districts to this level. It does not mean that we just take all of the economic benefits for only a developer or current industry in with the way that we are. That is too imbalanced, and if we continue to have metro districts to this level, we will continue to be making the same mistakes as the people that came before, which makes some of us make or break whether we sit in these seats as well.
Thank you. Councilmember Kim?
Question for the city attorney or even city manager. I wanted to make a friendly amendment to the motion maker and second. Would that be an opportunity to do so now?
Yes.
Okay, so with that said, to both the motion maker and seconder, I would request that if we can make the amendment to and may need some assistance on this too, City Attorney, is to look at the, if this does pass on first, and even if it does pass on second, could we add in a motion in there regarding a review of the service plan, that the new service plan created to a year from now, to see what has been working, what hasn't been working, what issues may arise?
Yeah, my recommendation, council member, would be to make that a separate motion, and you could do it under administrative council business. And the reason why I say that is the service plan was adopted by council last year by way of resolution. So, what I would expect is that you're bringing forward a motion directing city staff or, I guess, city staff to, monitor the application of that service plan, if that's what I heard you correctly say.
Correct.
And bring back a report back to council as to how that's working and whether or not there needs to be an amendment to that resolution that was passed last year.
Thank you for that. That's all I got. Thank you, Mayor.
Sure. Any other council members have questions? Okay. I have 8 changes that I like to see in this new proposal, the service plan. That can't be done tonight. We haven't had the opportunity because we were doing other things around metro districts. We also had someone come forward, a developer. I spoke to that developer and I asked straight out about the metro district, can you build without one? And this developer says, if there are other tools in the toolbox to do this, yes. Offered, look into a GID. This would work perfect for that developer. But I also had other people I won't say, seem like they're being pressured to do this in a way where looking out for one, but not looking out for all. And so I will not be supportive of this because I think we need to make sure those changes are done before we release this. Because once the toothpaste is out of the tube, you can't put it back in. And you've heard from our testimony from our residents of asking to slow down because this is policy. Should be based on commerce, city council, and having the control later on. And that's been the problem. We do think policy-wise, we turn it over and we give away our power. And I don't want to do that. I want to make sure that when this is done, it's going to help not only this city council, because there's going to be developers coming want to do Metro District, but down the road, good policy outlives us. This policy is not a good policy the way it's written. Yeah, there's been some changes in there that other cities and all that haven't really pushed the level, but neither have we. We could do better. So just know if you are voting for this, you're not looking out for the best interests of our citizens. So that's all. Thank you.
Are you ready for the vote, Mayor? Okay. Ordinance 2661, an ordinance repealing ordinance number 2453, imposing a moratorium upon the city's processing of applications for approval of new service plans for residential metropolitan districts. Your vote is open.
Okay, that passes 5 yeses and 4 nos. Sad. All right, next one. Ordinance and second reading, ordinance 2647, amending the municipal code regarding commercial kennels and hobby breeders and pet stores. This ordinance was not approved unanimously and was therefore not placed in the consent agenda. I need a motion and a second to adopt ordinance 2647 on second and final reading. Councilmember Kim.
So moved.
Councilmember Dukes.
Second.
Is there any discussion? The motion on the floor is to adopt ordinance 2647 on second and final reading. Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
I would just like to point out, while it's been noted that staff has to do extra things, or we go back again and again, this is actually an ordinance that will be passed tonight that doesn't apply to anything that exists in Commerce City. We don't have any of this occurring in Commerce City. I just wanted to point that out.
Are you ready, Mayor?
Yep.
Ordinance 2647, an ordinance amending the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code, Chapter 4, Article 1, and adding a new Article 6 regarding commercial kennels, hobby breeders, and pet stores. Your vote is open.
Okay, that passes 7-2. All right, on to administrative business. Cancellation of first of all, cancellation of December 23rd study session. Need a motion second to cancel December 23rd, 2024 study session. Councilmember Kim.
So moved.
Councilmember Dukes.
Second.
Motion on the floor is to cancel December 23rd, 2024 study session. We'll ask the clerk to take a roll call vote. Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
I would just like to point out that Christmas is still on Thursday, and this is Monday. And then we have the following session, which is December 30th, and that is scheduled to be a meeting with Adams 14, and that is even closer to New Year's than Monday is to Christmas. So I don't think it's a problem. It's not a problem for me coming on the 23rd.
So Mayor Pro Tem, you could ask Council Administration Business to have the school board meeting with Adams 14 on the 23rd. This will be canceling the study session, but you could make a request to meet with Adams 14.
Can you please speak into the mic?
I just did. Councilmember Madera, Mayor Pro Tem Noble was suggesting that we should have the meeting next week. And I suggested to her that we can vote on this and then administration business come up and ask for Adams 14 to have the meeting next Monday instead of on the 30th. Am I clear? Thank you. All right. Any other council members? Councilmember Dukes.
No, I just appreciate recapping it because I can hear you as well, so I appreciate it.
Appreciate that. Thank you. All right.
He was suggesting that I could make a motion or something for it.
Councilmember Chacon.
I'm sorry, just to clarify, so that means that the 30th will be canceled, but the 23rd will be for Adams?
No.
Sorry.
Right now, we're just working on one thing, and that is
Okay,
to cancel the
just
study
kidding.
session on the 23rd. That is, if you have any discussion around that, that's just the council study session. Okay? Because remember, we had because of the holiday, Veterans Day was canceled because it was a holiday. The council decided to do a makeup special meeting on the 25th of November, whatever it was, to make up for that day. So that's why.
Thank you.
Okay, the motion on the floor is to cancel the December 23rd, 2024 study session. We'll ask the clerk to take a roll call vote.
Your vote is open.
Okay, that's 8 with 1 no vote. Thank you, Mr. Teeter. Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
I'll make a motion to invite Adams 14 Board of Education to meet with the City Council on December 23rd.
Okay, motion on the floor is to have a meeting with Adams 14 on December 23rd. I will second that. Any discussion, Councilmember Dukes?
Just recognizing that that is their break, and so they may be with their families during their winter break.
Councilmember Madera?
Councilmember Dukes took the words right out of my mouth.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Noble, did you have something else?
It's my understanding that Adams 14 was more than happy to meet with us on December 30th. If you would rather do it on December 30th, I'm open to amending my motion.
Councilmember Douglas?
I was just going to say that they would have been on break on the 30th as well, but since the amendment came up, that was kind of moot.
Okay. All right, the motion on the floor is to have a meeting with Adams 14 on the 23rd, at least to reach out and ask them if they would like to do it on the 23rd instead of the 30th. Councilmember Dukes?
Just follow Mayor Pro Tem's comment around the 30th. Make a friendly amendment to keep the 30th? Right, is that the?
Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
We can do this one at a time.
Okay, Councilmember Dukes? Okay. All right, so the motion on the floor, we already went over the study session, that's canceled, no more, okay? This is to have a meeting with Adams 14 on the 23rd of December, not the 30th. That is a motion.
Your vote is open.
Oh, that fails 3-6. Okay. All right. Any other council members? Councilmember Dara?
Yeah, I just read an article about Aurora having an ordinance for the 3 strikes to tow and impound vehicles that are found with no plates, proof of insurance, or driver's license. So I wanted to make a motion to have the city attorney's office look into that ordinance and bring it before council at a study session. I hate to put you on the spot, but how much time do you think you need to?
No worries. We are actually looking at that. I spoke with the city attorney of Aurora last week, actually. It's obviously, I think it was in the Denver Post a week and a half ago or a week ago. So as far as timing, I think we could get it on a council agenda in January or February for a study session. I guess the question that I would ask back to you is, what exactly is the work product that you're looking for? Because I think there's a difference between a summary of what that ordinance is and, you know, whether or not we could do it comparative to us drafting an ordinance. There's a difference there.
Yeah, so I think what I'd be looking for to bring to a study session is an ordinance and the implementation, right? Is this something that we can work with PD to put into place, and what would it take?
If you would allow, I think February would be better, and I say that largely because you're going to hear this in my summary. We are scheduling to have a presentation in a council study session in January on a code of ethics draft. So that has been a priority. So if you could wait until February, early February, that'd be great.
Yeah, by February. Thank you.
Councilmember Teeter?
Second the motion.
Okay, the motion on the floor is to have the, go ahead. Councilmember Derrick, could you repeat your motion, please?
Yeah, the motion is for the city attorney's office to review Aurora's 3 strikes ordinance to tow or impound vehicles with no plates, proof of insurance, or driver's license, and what it would take to implement such a program in Commerce City
Okay, thank you.
by February, sorry.
All right, thank you. Okay, that's the motion on the floor.
Your vote is open.
Passes unanimously, 9 yeses. Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you. I would just like clarity on the Adams 14 meeting. It is scheduled for December 30th. Is that moving forward then?
I think that's a question back to the body because we were actually just talking about that ourselves as to, are you all taking action and keeping that meeting? And then obviously, how do you all want to go about agendizing that meeting? Do you want to give the mayor the authority to work on your behalf, working with the Madam President at Adams 14 to prepare that agenda and to have staff share that out beforehand? But once again, we work at your direction.
Well, I would like to suggest, if this is something that the council wants to do, is to kind of do what we do with the Water Commission meeting, where we introduce the staff, elected officials. There's going to be a city update and Adams 14 update, questions and comments for the district, comments for the city of Commerce City, and then a discussion of future district meetings joint meetings with Adams 14. Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you, Mayor. Just thinking through the agenda as well, I would love it. I like the high-level points that you presented, and I guess my recommendation, in addition to some high levels, is to figure out a way to have a dialogue, not a presentation. So as we meet together, we should figure out how to have a conversation. Maybe it is around just the key questions. I think sometimes it feels as if they report to us and we report to them, and we should figure out a way to eliminate that power dynamic. And it might be working with the city manager and you to talk through what key questions we want to discuss, and that might be working with the board as well. So we come together as an equal plane to have a discussion. And the last piece, I'm curious if there is any joint, we look at the calendar, so in December, and we start thinking about early, in their case, first or second semester, are there projects we can think about doing jointly and collaboration opportunities, and we can discuss maybe in that meeting? So we leave with some actionable, like, hey, well, let's do this together.
Yes, I agree. That's why we have those updates for us and then for them. And then we can go into those questions and comments to get to that point to exactly where we need to go working together. Thank you. Councilmember Douglas?
I was just going to say the same thing that Councilmember Dukes had said, so I echo those sentiments. And I think a dialogue and conversation with working together is probably going to be much more effective and productive than what's happened in the past.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess I'll make that motion to see if Adams 14, well, first, that the council would like to meet with Adams 14 as a body for the December 30th meeting. Councilmember Dukes.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to meet with Adams 14 for December 30th.
Councilmember Dare?
Second.
Okay. Okay, the motion on the floor is to meet with Adams 14, 2024, December 30th, 2024, for a joint meeting with the City Council and Adams 14.
Your vote is open.
Oh, sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
I just wanted to say that I'm voting no because I'm unavailable, not because I don't want to meet with them.
Okay, that passes 6 with 3 noes. All right, any other council business? Councilmember Kim.
Thank you, Mayor. As mentioned earlier, I think one of the things I'd love to do is if this moratorium repeal does, actually, let me back up here. My motion is to request that once the new service plan is implemented, that a year from that date, there is a city council study session that would occur with staff, along with council, to go over how effective or ineffective either the whole service plan is or is not. And if Mr. Rogers needs clarity, then I can provide that clarity.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
I'm not seconding it, but.
So there's a motion on the floor
I
currently.
understand.
Councilmember Kim, hold on.
Relax,
So there needs to be a
relax,
second.
relax,
Hold on. There's a-
Councilmember Kim. I
just hold on.
understand that.
There's a motion on the floor. I called on her, Councilmember Kim, because she was in queue. That's the only reason, okay?
Okay.
So please, you guys, don't attack each other, all right? Councilmember Dare.
Second.
Okay, we got a first and a second. Okay, Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Yes. Thank you. I would like to see the service plan revisited far sooner than that. There's a lot of damage that can be done very quickly, and a year means that there might be several that come through during that time. I want to remind all of us that we have had developers appear before us who did not seek metro districts. Anderson Ranch did not want a metro district. We had the gas station and apartments on Highway 85 and 112. No metro district there either. So I would really love to be able to revisit this sooner than 1 year because of the damage that can be done if we don't get some of these loopholes and errors filled or corrected.
Councilmember Dare.
Yeah, I think the 1 year time frame is a good start. I mean, it gives enough time to take it for a test drive, make sure that things are going well. And, you know, there's also an election, so some of us aren't going to be on council anymore, and that's not a bad thing, right? Having a fresh pair of eyes look at this and have fresh ideas. I mean, we beat this thing up back and forth, and so I think, you know, I feel comfortable with the service plan that we have in place. And, you know, I think it'd be good to have a fresh pair of eyes review it after it's actually been in place and we can see it in action. Because right now it's just a bunch of, you know, what ifs and, you know, hypotheticals that we're working on. So we don't know how well it's going to work or, you know, what until it's actually put into place.
Okay, you know, the council members, City Attorney Sorzecki.
Just a clarification. So the model service plan is in effect now. Council just hasn't had an opportunity to review a service plan because of the moratorium. I just want to clarify that, right? Because if there was an existing metro district that sought an amendment to their service plan, then the model service plan very much could come into play now. So just want to clarify that.
Right, and let me clarify that in order for that to happen, you would have to have that metro district be solely with not part of a parent-child situation and have the approval to actually adopt new language, because that's a big uplift for the ones who are having problems.
Correct. An existing metro district seeking an amendment would still have to comply with all of the requirements under Chapter 13 of the municipal code, which does contemplate or prohibit parent-child relationships in certain scenarios.
Right.
So again, my point of clarification was simply to clarify the service plan is implemented now. I think once the moratorium were lifted, if it were lifted, that would be the starting date for when this would come back to council in a study session.
Right, so that was first reading. There'll be a second reading, right? And then 5 days after that, if it passes then,
Correct.
that's when it becomes law.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Dukes.
I support this idea, especially when you think about a year. It gives us the time to look at whatever person comes together with a new metro district or service plan. It gives us a yearly cadence that is consistent and reliable, and then we can actually take some time to revise and tweak as needed based on what's being put together. I don't anticipate, based on the map itself, there's not going to be a whole bunch of new applicants, frankly, because all the metro districts up north are kind of set prior to us being here. So there may be some, so it'd be great to test it and see what's going to happen in the near future.
Any other council members? All right. I would rather see changes to the language between now and second reading, because once this is approved, you can't make changes to in a year from now. If something goes wrong, they're not going to accept changes to something that works for them, but they found the loopholes. That doesn't make sense. So I'm going to be a no vote on this. Thank you.
Are you ready, Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Your vote is open.
Okay, that doesn't pass. That's 4 yeses and 5 nos. Looking at that twice. Okay. All right. Any other changes or adoptions? Mayor Pro Tem Noble? Oh, sorry, Councilmember Douglas.
Oh, I was going to speak before the vote, but I didn't get recognized, but that's okay. Thank you.
Sorry. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
I'd like to make a motion to put the service plan on the next available study session meeting to discuss the items that there is concern about.
Did you say study session or regular meeting?
Well, I was suggesting a study session, but it could be a regular meeting.
City
I
Manager
do,
Roth?
I do want to be able to if there's any changes, they need to be made before the moratorium is lifted.
City Manager Rogers?
Thank you, Mayor. I was just speaking with the city clerk. We haven't had an opportunity to enter the items that came from the night's agenda. I would say coming into this meeting, we were already starting to stack up our January and February study sessions. We probably have now fully subscribed those given what the actions that have already been taken. So you're more or less really looking at a March timeframe for study session.
Okay, not a study session, then it would be a council meeting.
That is another opportunity, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, so that would be January 13th.
No, it'll be January 6th.
January 6th?
Yes.
Okay.
We have January 6th or February 3rd. The second reading for repeal of the moratorium is currently scheduled for January 6th.
Okay, so if the service plan discussion was prior to the second read, oh, and it would be prior to the second reading because of the way that the agenda's laid out. We could have that discussion prior to, or I could put it on notice council business and tab the discussion. Either way, we can have the discussion on January 6th. I don't know that I need to make a motion right now. I won't. Actually, I'm removing my motion and instead doing it as notice council business for January 6th.
All right. Any other council members have any unforeseen or emergency ordinance? Okay, on to administrative council business. Okay, well, we already did that. Proclamation list. 2025 proclamation list. Are there any additional proclamation council wishes to add to this list? I know last year we had probably about 4 or 5 extra ones. Councilmember Chacon.
I'd like to make a climate emergency proclamation. Right now, just our state alone is going into possibly an 8 SIPs issue with the EPA. We have several years in a row where we have ozone every year, and it's becoming more and more of an energy crisis. So I would like to add a climate emergency proclamation, especially for our city, that might open more avenues for funding, that might more avenues for collaborative works with other cities as well. So I'd like to make that proclamation.
Okay, is that a motion?
Do I need to make a motion? Can I make a motion to have a proclamation for a climate emergency proclamation?
Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
If so, I'll second it.
Okay, Councilmember Douglas, do you have any discussion?
Yes, this was actually mentioned in one of the meetings that I attended with the EPA, and I think it's high time that this happens. We cannot dismiss the fact that we are in a climate crisis.
Okay, thank you. Any other council members? All right, motion on the floor is to have a proclamation around climate emergency to be added to your proclamation list.
Your vote is open.
Okay, that passes 6 yeses and 3 nos. All right, any other additions to the proclamation list for 2025? I have a question. Are we going to keep what we had for 2024 moving and going into 2025?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. I appreciate that. Okay, now we're going to go to, are there any other, okay, so we just added that one to the list. We are fine. All right. On reports. City Manager Rogers, you provide your weekly report, please.
Yes, Mayor, I will be rather straightforward with what we have today. Obviously, we graduated 4 new officers from our Flat Rock Academy, which is our basic law enforcement academy. With that completion of a grueling 5-month process, they will now go into our in-house academy for an additional 4 months of field training. But congratulations to them on continuing down this path and being able to protect and serve our residents. We've also started rolling out the Flock community camera program, where businesses can arrange with CCPD to have live feeds of their cameras. We've reached out to Walmart and King Soopers to solicit their interest in participating. So this is that public-private partnership in being able to have broader networking and connections on trying to address some of the criminality that we're experiencing in our city. We will be participating in the 2024 Parade of Toys on Saturday, December 21st, sponsored by the Cardenas Ministries. This group will be providing toys to children in 3 locations, 1 in Brighton, 2 in Commerce City. CCPD will be taking part of the parade prior to Commerce City addressing being visited through the end of the event. And then obviously we have our Operation North Pole Patrol this Friday, as Santa will visit a number of several stops throughout the city. In regards to Public Works, our city staff has met with representatives of the governor's office and Senator Hickenlooper's office pertaining to advocacy efforts for the city's resubmittal of the raised grant application for 88th Avenue. Last week, we also were awarded by the governor's office grant writing and technical assistance from the state's contractor on these matters. And what that means is that they will help review our materials to see what additional enhancements could be made that put us in a better position in being able to secure the remaining gap of the financing for that project. For residents within Buffalo Highlands, Second Creek Farms, they may be seeing signs going up along Telluride at the entrance of 96 and 88th of no trucks allowed for cut-through traffic. Obviously, trucks will be able to use that road if they're making deliveries to residents, but we are addressing cut-through traffic given now that Telluride connects both to Tower, to 88th, and to 96. And then I think just for the last piece, a shout out to the hotshot crew. On a weekly basis, they are spending 40 hours inspecting 693 miles of road and picking up various debris, illegal dumped items throughout our city, and you see that within the city manager's weekend review. So shout out to the hotshot crew doing an amazing job. From an economic development standpoint, shout out to that crew. We have 1,612 newly created jobs in the project pipeline based on their advocacy and recruitment efforts, which, if coming to fruition, would lead to approximately $852 million worth of investment into Commerce City. So economic development, small but mighty group that continue to change how we approach economic development activity here for the city in support of the community. That is all that I have, Mayor.
About that, thank you. City Attorney Berzecki?
Just two quick things. Wanted to let council know that I attended the Colorado Law Institute's land use annual training on December 5th and 6th, as well as a staff attorney of mine who is helping represent Planning Commission. So it's a fantastic opportunity that Otten Johnson puts on every year. It's been 10 years since I've gone to it, so it was great to return. And then also wanted to let council know that I will be out of the office starting next week, the 24th through the 1st. I will send each of you an email with the Deputy City Attorney's cell phone and contact information if you need anything at all. Thank you. Happy holidays.
Appreciate that. Okay, any other any council member have any reports? Councilmember Kim?
Thank you, Mayor. So I just had an opportunity this past Saturday to go to Cereal with Santa, where it was a great event overall, supporting over, they had about 300 kids in total who actually signed up, who actually got a chance to meet with Santa and also their little elf along with Mrs. Santa, and do a couple of little creative, decorative, artistic stuff. Huge shout out to the teams that have actually been a part of this. So I have a list of names, and it's not limited to just these folks as well. So my apologies if I missed you. Kylie Whitmore, Brandon Castaneda, Miguel Chavez, Gavin Laramie, and of course Alexis Farrer. Other folks that were actually involved were Alexis Meininger, Taz Cancino, Alondra Sandoval, Sarah and Evelyn, the twins that work out of Bison Rec Center. Trudy Boudreau, Shelby Reynolds, Jessica Bowles, Chelsea Thompson, Walisa Ailing, Jesselyn Figueroa, Cassandra Diaz, Tori Collins, Claudia Bustillos, Ashley Gonzalez, and Mackenzie Montoya. Great opportunity, it was a great event overall to see kids, even saw former council members and also ones that are on this dais there as well. Great event overall, but thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you very much. It was great fun to participate at the employee celebration, holiday celebration, and it's enormous There is no line for food at the back of the room anymore. That's in the hallway because there are so many employees, and they all seem to have a really great time. It was very fun. So thank you very much for making that a very special event. And also, I was very happy to participate in the mock Congress at Adams City High School. I teamed up with Councilmember Chacon, which was made it even more special, of course, but we saw several different groups come through and individuals who were doing their utmost best to explain the Constitution and amendments. It was so impressive and really heartwarming to participate in it. So thank you, Adams 14, for giving us the opportunity.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. So I didn't get to mention last week that I went to the Youth Commission holiday party, and I just want to say the women who lead that commission do such a great job with the young adults who are going to be our future leaders. And I didn't get to mention that they also were in DC, and wow, what a great group of kids, and they were just so excited. Or it wasn't DC, I'm sorry, in Tampa for NLC, but they were so excited to be there and participate, and they're actually going to order blazers to represent themselves at different functions because they saw other commissions wearing blazers at MLC, and they were so impressed by that they want to kick it up a notch. So wanted to say thank you for throwing that party and inviting me. I also went to the holiday party for the employees, and it was awesome. It was so much fun. What a happy bunch of people, and it was just exciting to be there. So that was great. And I went to the Senior Commission holiday party. That was also great. That was at Bison Grill. Food was fabulous, and so was the company. And then I had the opportunity to testify for the AQCC hearing, which is the Air Quality Control Commission, which is part of the CDPHE, which is our state health department. And that was for the EPA hearing for the Suncor Title V permit. And I did that in my own behalf, and I made very clear that it was in my own behalf. But I was invited to speak on Tuesday, and then I also got to speak on Saturday. So I think that was very impactful. It seems like changes are going to be happening. Then I wanted to throw a shout out to Scott, who is such a dedicated community member and is still in our audience tonight, but he participated in another Sand Creek, right? Greenway event, and they had an interpreter there. They actually had people come and participate who had never participated before, who only spoke Spanish, but they felt like they were such a part of the community, and he was given an award at that event, which was presented to him. So, yeah, you and Brandy, wow, you guys are amazing. And then I also wanted to say thank you so much to the city for making the 5th floor in the Adams Tower building happen, because I got to use those services today. Domestic violence is real. And when there's someone brave enough to speak out and get help, the courage has to be recognized. And so I want to say thank you to Leo from Servicio de la Raza, who stepped up to the plate, along with Aurora Mental Health, all kinds of different agencies that has helped me help someone else get through a horribly traumatizing situation, especially at this time of the year. But because we opened half of that floor up to the nonprofits, we've got other avenues for helping people. And so to give them a space that they can occupy for free, basically, is an amazing thing. So I really want to thank the city staff. I want to thank the citizens of Commerce City. And yeah, I want to say thank you in behalf of the people that I've been able to help so far. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you. Just I want to give a quick update on, I was over at the Adams 14 High School as well, and with the mock congressional hearings, and just a shout out to the staff and the team, and being able to see the students really defend and talk about their constitutional rights is something that is a pure joy. They're so talented over there at the high school. And shout out to the city staff and the city team for just kind of echo what Councilmember Kim mentioned around the Cereal with Santa. Not only is it a great event, it just shows the power of the community as you bring people together, this gathering. Everyone comes out. I've been bringing my family for a number of years, and each year it just keeps getting better and better. And we were able to invite some more families to come out this year, and it's become a holiday tradition to see the same families with their kids, having Santa, having cereal, and wearing pajamas, that are all matching, because that's what my wife does. We have matching pajamas everywhere we go, so this time of year. So I just appreciate it. So shout out to the team, shout out to the city. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other council members? Councilman, can we have one more thing? Go ahead.
With the holidays coming up, a couple things I failed to mention is, if you know someone who is not with someone or is not around someone, I would encourage you to please invite them to your space. That is definitely important. And of course, for those that I'm aware of that are overseas, to my military brothers and sisters who are overseas as well, who are not around their family as well, celebrating the holidays and all. So just wish them the best and want you just to remember to think about those. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I had signed up for Cereal with Santa, but then I decided that I really needed to testify again for the AQCC, and I thought that was more important, but that's what I did. But I miss Cereal with Santa, and I hope to make it next year.
Okay. Any other council members? Councilmember Ford.
Yeah, since we won't have a meeting on Monday, I want to wish all of you a very Merry Christmas, wish all of our staff a Merry Christmas, and wish our residents of Commerce City the best of the holiday season, and Merry Christmas to them as well.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Teeter, do you have anything you want to say?
Sure. I repeat everything that Councilmember Ford just said. And we're going to be getting a informational article from E470 that they're going to be sending to our staff explaining the opening or what's going on with the 104th and E470. And we'll get that on Channel 8 coming up as soon as I find the right people to send it over. But I was also at that employee party, and along with Mayor and Councilmember Douglas and Noble, and that was just a great party. You just can't beat prime rib. I mean, I don't know too many Christmas parties that have prime rib, but that was just a good one. But anyway, Merry Christmas to everybody. That's all I have.
Councilmember Chacon.
Just as a teacher, it was an honor to be able to join for the mock congressional. I would love to do that again. I hope that we can actually do something like that, maybe even in here, so they could really get a feel for it. That would be kind of fun just for youth. And yes, happy holidays. I hope that you all have a safe holiday. And if you do have anyone that is in search of looking for a home for the holiday season, things like that, my home is always open. I really do try to include a lot of people, especially military members or those that might be by themselves during the holidays. So that was a wonderful thought. Do extend your home to those that really truly need to feel a part of their community. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, do you have something to add?
Yeah, I wanted to add Merry Christmas as well. And Hanukkah starts on Christmas Day this year, which is very unusual. Happy Hanukkah as well, and Happy Kwanzaa. And I think we're probably not going to see you for New Year, although a small group of people perhaps on December 30th here. But thank you all so much for a wonderful year, and happy holidays.
Okay, thank you. And yes, I'd like to express my gratitude towards Mayor Pro Tem for stepping in for me in my absence over the weekend. I had to go out of town. My council report on Tuesday, attended the Water Commission meeting, and I was there for maybe about 15 minutes before I had to go and prepare to testify on the Suncor Plant 2 Title V permit. And I'm sure everyone saw the email from our city manager about Suncor taking action, which is good. That means that they're listening to the community. That's a first step. Also attended the employees' Christmas party, and it was well attended. So shout out to the city manager and the team, and city attorney Zarzeki was there, and I was able to speak to the employees. I appreciate that. And just to note that this was a building that we had so many city's employees participate, and a lot of companies don't have this participation with their employees like this. That means our city employees are very happy and secure with their jobs. I'm not speaking for everybody, but I'd say a huge percent of them really appreciate not only what the city benefits are, but the support from council. And I think that's very special, that we could have that event in a city building and not have to pay for a hotel or a conference center to hold all those people. And the fact that the food had to be outside, that shows you how much more room was available for tables. Like I said, great turnout. So I want to wish our residents Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. And this is our 1 year anniversary together as this council. And, going forward, yeah, it's been a little rough sometimes, but, that's how we are. If we all agreed on anything, we wouldn't be here. So I appreciate the process, the dialogue. January's coming up. Do your homework, be safe, and share the love. And remember, coming into 2025, there's going to be some changes. And I want to make sure everybody appreciates each other. Whether we like each other or not, let's have respect that this is a city business and we need to keep it that way. Okay? So, see you January 30th. Oh, sorry. Time to adjourn is 10:04. See no further business. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you. Thank you, Oscar.